Malayo ba eh?
نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم. اللهم اصلح لنا ديننا الذي أصلحنا واصلح لنا ديننا الذي عاشنا واصلح لنا ذنوبنا التي اللهم اغفر لنا اللهم اللهم زود معنا هذا الامر وتفرقنا من بعده اللهم ربنا لا تزغ وفي الآخرة حسنة صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Ayan ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manluluping, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may di magtitingin. Luman ang araw ng walang pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling ko. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Simula noon hanggang ngayon, isa ang naging layon. Magkaisaan magbuklod, karitingan ay marugdod. Tumayo tayo mula sa hamon ng nakaraan, niyakos ang panganib na umaandlang. Pinangako sa puso at paniniwala, ang ginhawa para sa kabataan. Bangsamoro ay tagumpay, bunga ng pawis, sugo at buhay. Kapayapaan, katarungan, ay ating nang nakamtan. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, pagpalain Bangsamoro. Bangsamoro, Bangsamoro, lagi kang mamahalin. Walang pipigil sa damdamin, mga pangako'y tutuparin. Habang buhay kami sa'yo'y magpapantay, mananatili sa puso't isipan. Ang kahapon ngunit ay nga nagbuwis ng buhay, nasa piling na ng may kapal. Bangsamoro ay tagumpay, bunga ng pawis, sugo at buhay. Kapayapaan, katarungan, ay ating nang
maintenance of quorum.
The Honorable Abbas Ahmad,
Present.
Abbas Haron, Abbas Zulkarnain, Abbas Basit Sarip,
Present, Your Honor.
Abu Mujib, Adyong Jao Rahman Alonto, Ahang Abdullah,
Present.
Alamia Laisa, Alauddin Faiz, Ali Ibrahim, Ali Lanang Jr., Ali Edi Mapag,
Present.
Alil Cesar,
Praising.
Amboluto Suharto, Ampatuan Baintan, Anayatin Susana, Asmawil Muslima, Balindong Ali Pangalian, Bara Hamid Aminuddin, Basman Anna Tarhata, Bato Muhammad Zainuddin,
Present.
Burahan Abraham, Kandao Bay Maleha,
Present.
Dandamon Latif Maysara, Diamla Musa, Dipatuan Saprula, Ibrahim Ahod, Ismail Haji Abdulaziz, Gayak Abdullah, Gera Edward,
Present.
Hashim Abdullah,
Present.
Hassan Hatimil, Iqbal Muager, Ismail Rasul, Jajuri Raisa,
Present.
Jakilan Muslimin, Karon Bainon, Lidasan Mussolini,
Present.
Loong Don Mustafa,
Present.
Lorena Jose Ribani, Makako Abdurauf, Makapaar Abdullah, Makaraya Jamel, Makasalong Marjani, Manguda Dato Kadafe, Mantawil Malik, Mastura Dato Tokaw, Mastura Siti Sihara, Mawalil Amil Bahar, Midtimbang Dato Midpantaw, Mitmog Rasul, Mujahid Abdul Muhmin, Munoz Hussein, Oranon Suwaib, Pakasa Mobaida,
Present.
Pak Abdul Wahab, Pangandaman Nabila Margarita,
Present.
Ramos Jamila, Rimbang Edrisa Nazer, Sakar Modayaw, Salendab Said, Sali Al-Sheikh,
Present. Present.
Saliga Romeo, Salik Ali, Sangki Ali, Sani Punduman.
Mr. Speaker, on the basis of the roll call, out of the 79 members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament, 36 are physically responded to the call, and 29 MPs responded via Zoom. Mr. Speaker, we have a total of 65 attendees, both physical and virtual. Mr. Speaker, we therefore certify the presence of quorum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With the certification of the Secretary General that 65 are present both physically and virtually, there is therefore a quorum for the conduct of today's business. Majority Floor Leader, what is your pleasure?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, we are on item number 6, reading in approval of journal the previous session. Mr. Speaker, upon information from the Secretariat, they were not able to complete the journal number 37 of July 14 and 15, 2020 session. I therefore move, Mr. Speaker, to dispense to dispense the reading and approval of the journal of the previous session, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to dispense with the reading and approval of the journal of the previous session, dated July 14 and 15. Is there any second? There being no objection, the reading of the journal is and approval of the same is dispensed with. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to item number 7 on resolutions. May we request the Secretary General to read the first proposed resolutions?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 366, including the name of the author.
On proposed resolution number 366, Mr. Speaker, is entitled a resolution requesting the Ministry of Interior and Local Government of the BARM to formulate guidelines to allow the barangay local government units to allocate funds from their development funds to promote project and the rights of the non-Moro indigenous peoples within their territorial jurisdiction, authored by the Honorable MP Romeo Saliga, Sir Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Interior and Local Government.
Proposed resolution number 366 is transferred to is referred to the Committee on Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 369, including the name of the author.
Proposed resolution number 369, Mr. Speaker, is entitled a resolution condemning the recent spate of armed hostilities at barangays Itaw and Pandan of South Upi, Maguindanao, and directing the Ministry of Social Services and Development and the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs to conduct investigation for the purpose of extending immediate assistance to the affected residents, authored by the Honorable MP Romeo Saliga, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Social Services and the Committee on Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Proposed resolution number 369 is referred to the Committee on Social Services and Development and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution 370, the name of the authors and co-authors.
Mr. Speaker, proposed resolution number 370 is entitled a resolution requesting the Ministry of Interior and Local Government, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, BARM, to require all local government units under BARM to pass an ordinance or law mandating the installations of video surveillance system or closed-circuit television cameras in all public places and in the premises of business establishment, including streets, roads, buildings, commercial complexes, and along major thoroughfares and intersections in every provinces, cities, and municipalities, and barangays within its territorial jurisdiction to intensify peace and order and public safety. Authored by the Honorables MP Abdullah Ibus Gayak and Abdullah Biston Hashim. Co-authors, the Honorables MP Ali O. Salik, MP Romeo K. Sema, MP Abdulaziz Ismail, MP Zulkarnain Abbas, MP Abdullah Habpak, MP Mujib Abu, and MP Narciso UAK. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Local Government.
Proposed resolution number 370 is referred to the Committee on Local Government.
May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution,
The
Mr. Speaker?
Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 371, including the name of the author.
Mr. Speaker, proposed resolution number 371 is entitled a resolution condemning to the a resolution recommending to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources DNR to declare Timacu Hill in Cotabato City as protected areas under Republic Act 11038. Authored by Honorable MP Rasul Ismail. Co-authors are the Honorables MP Liza Alamia, MP Baintan Ampatuan, MP Suharto Ambulod II, MP Rasul Mitmog Jr., MP Amil Bahar Mawalil, MP Don Mustafa Luong, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Energy.
Proposed resolution number 371 is referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources and Energy.
May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 375, including the name of the author and co-authors.
Mr. Speaker, proposed resolution number 375 is entitled Resolution Commending the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, for their unwavering support and commitment in the peace process in the Bangsamoro by the passage of resolution number 2/47-MM entitled On Question of Muslims in Southern Philippines, authored by the Honorables MP Abdul Muhmin Mujahid and MP Hatimeli Asan. Co-authors are the Honorables MP Muslimin Jakilan, MP Ajfar Usman, MP Alsad Satar, and MP Romeo Sema, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to treat this as a simple resolution and be transferred for the business for the day, Mr. Speaker.
Proposed resolution number 375 is treated as a simple resolution and transferred to the business of the day.
Mr. Speaker, we proceed to item number 9, second stage of bills. This is about BTA Parliament Bill number 78, an act establishing a Bangsamoro Fishery Development Authority. The proponent of this, Mr. Speaker, will read his sponsorship speech on the general objectives of this particular Parliament bill. May we recognize MP Jose Lorena, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Sulu is recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear colleagues, friends of the Bangsamoro, our staff here, to the Bangsamoro people, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I stand today to sponsor Parliamentary Bill number 78 with the hope that we can find available and additional revenue not only for the Bangsamoro Transition Authority but even for the local government units, which are the constituent units of the Bangsamoro. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao is composed of 5 provinces with barangays from North Cotabato and the cities within it. 3 of the provinces within the BARM is endowed with rich natural resources emanating from marine resources. And the mainland provinces of the BARM, particularly Maguindanao and Lanao, is endowed also with inland fishery resource. In the profiling of the BARM by the National Economic Development Authority, the priority investment opportunities for the island provinces of Sulu, Basilan, and Tawi-Tawi is focused on the development of its marine resource. Similarly, the mainland provinces has also given priority to the development of its inland or resources, fishery resources. All these have been gone to naught had we not achieved a provision in the ball which allows the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao not only to acquire additional compact land territory but marine resource. The Bangsamoro Organic Law clearly provided us with a jurisdiction over a 19-kilometer radius of water that could be constituted into the municipal waters and the regional water. Outside from that, we also have a joint zone of waters called waters of joint cooperation, which are all endowed not only in mineral but in fishery and other marine resources. The only problem that besits us is the fact that our fishery development is not competitive with other areas of the country, more particularly the provinces of Sarangani and the city of General Santos. Many of the resources developed, including Zamboanga City, many of the resources developed into processed products in these areas emanates or are taken from our resources within the maritime waters of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. It is for this reason that I have to stand here because many of our resources which are tapped are left only in its raw form, not processed, not preserved, and therefore the market for it is only limited to our flea markets in small markets of our municipalities, not allowed to be exported, not allowed to be distributed, not only in our provinces out, but also to the other regions of the country. What is required is to come out with post-production facility to afford not only our sustenance, but our investors to come in and develop the resources, fishery resources we have. Our resources are being tapped not only by other regions, but even by foreign elements. We usually have fishing activity by Chinese fishermen in the Sulu Sea, in the Moro Gulf. We also have other fishermen from other countries of the ASEAN region. If we can appropriately introduce the post facilities activities needed for the preservation of our fisheries and at the same time transforming our raw fishy products and marine products into its final form, we will not only be competitive against the regions of the country, but we will be the advanced fishery region, resource region of the country, as well as the BIMPIAGA. It is for this reason, therefore, that I stand here and sought your help that we fast track the approval of the bill titled the Act to Develop the Bill 78, which reads as an act establishing a Bangsamoro Fishery Development Authority, BAPDA. This BAPDA will still be an attached agency of the Department of MAFAR, or Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery. The contents of this are defined not only in the whereases of the bill, but also in the 5 sections of the bill. Very clearly, if you will read the bill, let me just quote. that with respect to our marine territorial waters, we have not fully utilized that. I think with this bill, we will be able to trigger not only the delineation of the marine territorial limits of the Bangsamoro, but we will be able to foreclose and stop other regions from encroaching into our Bangsamoro waters. Let me just cite for once that the reason why there was a greater opposition to the approval of the ball when we were still in Congress was because there was a fear from the canning factory of Zamboanga that when we will be able to fully utilize our resources, they will lose not only the raw resource that they need for canning, but they have to invest in our area. I think it's now right and timely for us to bring these investments not left to General Santos, to Zamboanga City, or other places, but to bring it closer to us, to the BARM region. I appeal, therefore, that this act, an act establishing a Bangsamoro Fishery Development Authority, BAPDA, which would cater to the establishment and regulation of the fishing ports, whether it is municipal fishing ports or big-time fishing ports, establishment of regulated facilities to cater to the preservation of water be immediately approved. This approval of this bill will also make us not only dependent on the black grant. The black grant may be affected totally by the capacity of the national government to collect taxes. But the ball has provided us with powers that can be transformed to revenue. I think the creation of the establishment of the Bangsamoro Fishery Development Authority will allow us to regulate not only the processing of the raw material products within our region, but will put a stop to the encroachment of big-time commercial fishing to our area. Because the BAPDA will not only regulate the fishing ports, but it will also cater to the operation of ice plants and other refrigerated equipments that need be established to preserve and transform the raw marine resources into its final form. Finally, this bill, while it will be initially supported by funds from the black grants, will for the territorial marine limits, we not only included the Sulu Sea, but we also included the Morogo as a resource base for the BARM. They say the strength of a region, the strength of a country lies in its full utilization of its resources. It is time that we fully tap our resources, not only for the Bangsamoro, but for the welfare of the generation of Bangsamoro that will come after us. We will leave this legacy to transform the marine and the fishery sector from a raw, not so robust, to a more advanced and robust sector of the Bangsamoro society. Again, my dear colleague, I ask your support and we welcome many of you who want to manifest and join as co-sponsor of the bill to fast-track this passage because time is not with us. Time is supposed to be used fully by us, and the tapping of our resources is a timely needed by all of us, more particularly in establishing immediately a Bangsamoro Fishery Development Authority called BAPDA. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq walidaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Mr. Speaker, there are three MPs who would like to have a clarificatory questions. If the proponent will yield to these three MPs, Mr. Speaker.
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
First by MP Ali Sanki, followed by MP Macaraya, MP ladies first, MP Latif and MP Zia, MP Sultan and
Point of
MP.
order, Mr. Speaker.
If the proponent will yield with to the clarificatory
Yes,
question.
what is your point of order,
I believe
MP
that we
Mawali?
have amended this part of the rules and there was no debate or interpellation in this stage, Mr. Speaker. So I appeal to our colleagues to observe the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is with the rule, Mr. Speaker. However, if the proponent would like
to refer it to the committee.
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension.
Nice.
I think they are just going to manifest their intent to become co-author,
Mr.
Majority
Speaker.
Floor Leader.
Yes,
Maybe
Mr. Speaker. In
recognize
that
Mr.
case,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I will recognize MP Maysara, MP Bayintan, MP Alisanki, MP Dr. Zafrula, MP Toy Mangunadato Zia Lonto Adyong, MP Makakua.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the pleasure of the
Quiet. I already recognized MP Maysara.
yes, Mr. Speaker. The
You now
pleasure-
have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The pleasure at the floor, Mr. Speaker, is for all of us just to raise our hands for the co-authorship of this very important BTA Parliament Bill number 78, Mr. Speaker. So if the Speaker will allow, the members of the Parliament will raise their hands for their co-authorship instead of manifesting one by one to save time, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, are you amenable to that?
Mr.
You
Speaker.
just raise your hands? Yes, MP Mangunadato?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all those names mentioned a while ago as they want to be part or as a co-author, can the good speaker rule on that proposal of all those members be part as a co-author of this proposed bill number
Yes, it
78?
would depend on the authors if they would agree that you will all be co-authors.
Can the principal author react on that proposal,
Can the
Mr.
principal
Speaker?
author state whether or not they agree to accommodate everyone in the parliament as co-authors?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker, because our intent is to make the BARM as strong as possible at this earliest period of our existence. So we are willing to accept everyone who wants to be co-author of this particular bill and all of the members of the
Thank
parliament.
you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I
agree.
Everyone who intends to be co-author of the proposed bill number 78 Please indicate your name, signify your names, submit your names to the secretariat. Okay, if
Mr.
you
Speaker.
agree to raise your hands, make
Mr.
it
Speaker.
difficult for the secretariat, then
May
we will allow that.
I justify?
All of those who intend to be co-authors of this proposed bill, please raise your hands.
Mr. Speaker, may I?
Di mana kita? Co-author.
May I say something about this? Why I am? Mr. Speaker. Hindi naman. Palagay ko. The principal author, Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
Yeah, I will recognize you later, MP Ali Sangi.
Since last week pa ito, since last month pa itong kwan ito eh. Where I asked that I will be recognized when we were discussing
I will
this.
give you 1 minute. You can go. How in the Zoom, those who are interested to become co-authors,
Yes,
please
okay.
raise your hands or type your names in the chat box.
May I, Mr. Speaker, may I just share why I was saying that I would like to be a co-author of this?
Please, let's listen to MP Ali Sanki.
Since last month, when I came to...
You only have 1 minute, Mr. MP Ali Sanki.
Just to enrich, Mr. Speaker, the idea of the proponent and to why we are asking that we be included. It might be also an insult to them if I am going to insist becoming an author when they do not know why I am asking. It will be awkward for me to insist that I'll be a co-author without them knowing why. So let me just...
you have 1 minute.
Yes, okay. The very reason why I am asking that we be included in this with brother MP Dato Toco Mastura was that we were involved in aquaculture project when we were working with the Southern Philippines Development Authority. During our time in SPDA, there were 6 aquaculture projects that are supposed to be involved in the Bangsamoro Fisheries Development Authority, such as the Lake Bulwan Development Project, the Lake Lano Development Project, the Lake Manit Development Project, the Vitali Pispen State Lake Lano Project, and Maluso Basilan Aquaculture Project. And I was very much involved in that activity. I was a manager of the SPDA Lake Bulwan Development Project. So when I came to read this bill, BTA Bill number 78, I intimated to the proponent, the authors, that we be included, considering that I found out that there are no Maguindanaon author of this very important legislation that we are going to enact. Considering that Lake Bulwan is the richest lake in the whole of Asia. It is called Golden Lake. It is even richer than Lake Laguna. Lake Laguna has only 6% plankton contains, whereas Lake Bulwan has 11%. It is the richest lake. And Ligawasan Marsh is the biggest swamp area in the whole of Mindanao. And if we have to include Butilan, Bialong, and Ulandang, we will have the biggest source of aquaculture project. And that is why we are proposing that we be included in this bill. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, this Bangsamoro Fisheries Development Authority will be placed under the ministry, as stated there, under a certain ministry of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao. And I suppose that we be included, as I have earlier pointed out.
Yes, you are now included as co-author, MP Ali Sanki.
With Dato Toco Mastura, because we were very much involved. And to inform the body, Lake Bulwan that we used to manage is now the fish basket of Central Mindanao. And that because of being a fish basket of Central Mindanao, I suppose that we should be included as one of the authors. Thank you very much.
Majority Floor Leader, what is in the next order of
Yes,
business?
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to Committee on Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agrarian Reform.
Proposed bill number 78 is now referred to the Committee on
Mr. Speaker,
Fisheries,
Mr.
Agriculture.
Speaker.
Please, I am
Yes.
still talking. I am making a ruling on the referral.
I am not for co-authorship, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, please wait.
Okay.
This is very important because this is a referral of the bill. Otherwise, we don't have to refer it to the proper committee. We are referring this to the Committee on Agriculture,
Fisheries,
Fish,
and Agrarian Reform.
and Agrarian Reform.
Ibayaran din kape ba? Wapa.
What is your concern, MP Makaray?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am not for co-authorship, but I am signifying my intent to be one of the authors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That would depend on the principal.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Under the House rules, Mr. Speaker, we cannot discuss any measure that has already been referred to the committee.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, may I request, Mr. Speaker, that the majority leader will pull forward with the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are on item
Mr.
number...
Speaker.
Yes, MP Rasmit.
What is that, MP, the Honorable Gentleman from Lanao?
Just a point of inquiry in relation to our rules, Mr. Speaker. Considering that many of us requested to be co-authors and it seems that the author is accepting it, can we know if we reach majority? And also, if we reach majority, is there any in our rules that provides us that we can pass this bill as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, there is no provisions that when the particular bill have reached a majority co-authors of the parliament would be signified.
It will still require three readings.
Certification as urgent bill by the Chief Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for the
It does not amount to a
Mr.
certificate of it does not amount to a certification of urgency.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to item number 11, the unfinished business. This is proposed resolution number 373. The parliamentary status of this proposed resolution, we are now under period of interpellation and debate. May we respectfully recognize the principal author,
Magadagang kita sa kaya.
Jamila Ramos. Jam Ramos. May we respectfully
Yeah,
recognize
before I recognize, I have not made a ruling on the authorship.
Yes,
It will
Mr.
be
Speaker, I
discussed
move
in
to
the-
open the period of debate and interpellation.
Yes, it will be discussed in the committee level.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. At the outset, allow me to extend my gratitude to everyone for hearing this resolution. As stated in the title of the resolution, we filed this resolution to express profound gratitude and recognition to President Rodrigo Roa Duterte and Presidential Communications Operations Office Secretary Martin Andanar in the establishment of Salam TV, the first Muslim-oriented state-run TV channel freely aired on TV, and Salam Radio, its radio component. On July 25, 2016, His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, in his first State of the Nation address, pronounced his program to put up a state-run television channel for the Muslim Filipinos as his commitment to peace and understanding. With this pronouncement, the PCOO Secretary Martin Andanar, a big man and a Mindanaoan, established Salam TV channel as his brainchild. Salam TV main programming is solely focused on Muslims in the Philippines in particular and Islam in general. It showcases Muslim Filipinos, promotes a rich culture and traditions, and makes the Bangsamoro region as potential tourism destination in the country. Both Salam TV and radio promote peace, tolerance, unity, and understanding of culture, heritage, and culture of Bangsamoro, thereby addressing the misunderstanding and non-appreciation of our culture and identity, which causes alienation, prejudice, and stereotyping. We filed this resolution, Mr. Speaker, in line with our agenda on empowering constituencies because we believe that when people are empowered and well-informed, they can make better choices and judgment, achieve their true potential, improve their prospects in life, and contribute positively to our communities. Moreover, we would like to create awareness that these platforms exist and it can be utilized by the Bangsamoro government for public information dissemination, promotion, and announcements of BARM programs and accomplishments, while at the same time supporting their sustainability. As one of their important stakeholders, our support could help them in continuously producing content that are relevant and beneficial to the welfare of the Bangsamoro people in the country. This will likewise allow Bangsamoro living in Metro Manila and other communities outside the region to remain updated about BARM and know about our milestones and achievements, especially now that we are creating history in this transition period. Again, we thank our President, Roa Duterte, and the PCOO Secretary, Martin Andanar, for their continued support to Muslim Filipinos, the Bangsamoro people all over the country, and their commitment to peace and understanding. In recognition of the President's effort to create platform for public information and dissemination for BARM, such as Salam TV and radio, I fervently hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can pass this resolution. Assalamu alaikum.
Is the lady from Lanao already done?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader, we defer for a few minutes the resolution, proposed resolution, and I will recognize the Speaker of the Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we have visitors today, and I would like to acknowledge their presence. First, Tuma Yusuke, the First Secretary, Embassy of Japan. Ikeda Ryusuke, the First Secretary of the Embassy of Japan. Soda Michu, First Secretary, Embassy of Japan. And we have Tani Yuka, the resident representative of JICA. And Tambayashi Yusuke, First Secretary, Embassy of Japan. Ikeda Ryusuke. Mr. Speaker, they are here to bid farewell to their friends here because they are moving to Japan. And I would like to move that we suspend the session for a minute to allow them to meet the members of the parliament. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended for 1 minute. Session resumes. Majority Floor
Yes,
Leader, we
Mr. Speaker,
continue with
I move to open the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker.
the period of interpellation and debate on proposed resolution number 373 is now open.
May we,
Anyone
respect,
who wi-
may we respectfully recognize MP Zia to be followed by MP Tago and MP Amir Mawalit, Mr. Speaker. In that order.
The deputy speaker is recognized, then the deputy majority floor leader will follow. Who is the third one?
MP Mawalit.
MP Amir Mawalil will also take his
Speaker,
time.
may I be allowed also?
Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the proponent, the lady proponent, if she's welcome to accept interpellation from this representation, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, gladly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to commend the principal author of this resolution. Indeed, any effort that would assist the minorities of this country in making their voices be part of the mainstream Filipino society is a laudable action. And especially that this administration has given us, the Muslim Filipinos, the mouthpiece in order to voice out and ventilate our concerns. Not only the concerns within BARM, but even those Muslims outside of the BARM. I have a few clarificatory questions, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to ask the proponent. The intention of the resolution is to commend President Rodrigo Roa Duterte and at the same time to seek support from the Bangsamoro government. The Salam Radio is under the office of the Presidential Communications Office. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is it also part of the official communication piece of the government, meaning the PTV4 and its radio auxiliaries? Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
So, meaning to say, Mr. Speaker, it has a budget for its operation lodged in the office of the PCOO. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, meaning to say, the intention of the resolution is to ask support from the Bangsamoro government, although it was not specified. But I assume, Mr. Speaker, that based on the letters or the draft, the support that is asking us, Mr. Speaker, is about sustainability of this program. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May the lady proponent be specific enough as to what kind of support in order to improve the audience rating of Salam Radio? Because, Mr. Speaker, we also have our own official publication, radio communication, and we are actually, if I'm not mistaken, entering into a television venture. We have our official mouthpiece or publication in the Bangsamoro region under the Bangsamoro Public Information, which budget also comes from the budget allocation we enact every year in this parliament. So I would like to ask her what specific steps is she intends to produce or to propose to help and seek help from this august body, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In general, we just want the Bangsamoro government to support because we could see the potential of Salam TV and Salam Radio as platforms for information, public dissemination, and campaign, which BARM could utilize. As to the specific form of support, Mr. Speaker, it's left to the discussion of the Bangsamoro government. But the same can be done through placement of programs in Salam TV and Salam Radio, wherein it will specifically talk about the recent events in the region, the programs of the Bangsamoro government, our achievements and updates, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the contention and contemplation in the resolution is indeed for asking this chamber and this Bangsamoro government to support this particular measure in order, and I quote, under one of the clauses in the resolution, so that, this is a quotation, so that they can continuously produce content that are relevant and beneficial to the welfare of the Bangsamoro in the country. May I specifically ask if this line that I just quoted, Mr. Speaker, involved budgetary assistance, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, if basing on the resolution, it's true. While it's true that we did not indicate in the title the specific support that the Bangsamoro can extend, but if you would ask me, as I said, it's left to the discussion of the Bangsamoro government. But we could, for example, in every ministry, they have this programs wherein they could place the like a black timer in the Salam TV and Salam Radio, wherein they could promote their programs and activities there. Alam ko po, tulad ng sabi ko, depende po yan sa discussion ng Bangsamoro government kung sa tingin ng bawat ministry at opisina at ahensya ng Bangsamoro government, kailangan nilang i-promote ang kanilang programa to a larger reach, not only within the Bangsamoro region, but also outside of the Bangsamoro region, then they could utilize actually their fund for placement of programs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, is it possible, Mr. Speaker, for the government, meaning to say we can buy airtime, we can produce a show, for example, a part of our information drive in the region, so we can buy airtime. Is that what the lady proponent intends to explain to this chamber?
It's an option, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, we are not limiting our support to just this, no. In fact, let me just state that you've mentioned earlier about the Bangsamoro Information Office. There could be some sort of coordination mechanism as to the information dissemination. So, pwede rin ganong effort yung ating areas of cooperation, but going back dun sa sinabi mo, in terms of production, yes. Doon din sa content, no? Because from our consultation with them, nahihirapan sila sa content, no? Dahil wala ngang it lacks support from the stakeholders. So, kung sakaling may content, meron namang mga programa ang ating ministry, ang ating ahensya, na pwede lang i-consider at itap itong Salam TV and Salam Radio dahil yan na yung, nandiyan na yung platform na binigay sa atin ng Presidente. So, it doesn't limit, no? Syempre, we also have the Bangsamoro Information Office and other channels natin sa region, but we may also consider utilizing because it's already an existing platform.
Thank you. So do you think, Mr. Speaker, that the Bangsamoro Public Information needs to engage in a partnership with outside telecommunication infrastructure in order to reach a much wider audience? Is that the contention of the lady proponent, Mr.
I think
Speaker?
yes, it's an open possibility, Mr. Speaker. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, This representation is open for suggestion and any proposed amendments that the gentleman from Llano del Sur may wish to present in a later time.
So does the lady from the proponent think that the BPIs needs more improvement in order to reach a wider audience, Mr. Speaker?
I don't say that it needs improvement, but it needs wider reach, no? So, yes.
So do you think, Mr. Speaker, that this is one way of improving the audience rating, not only of the BPI, but the Salam radio?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So which one are we trying, Mr. Speaker, to address? The problem of the limited audience reach of the BPI or the limited support, budgetary support from PTV4 or Salam Radio?
I think it addresses all. If we have the support like what I've mentioned, it would address all, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, lastly, my last point, Mr. Speaker, do you think that in terms of the the issue on sustainability of the Salam Radio, this is an issue that must be addressed directly by the PCOO? Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned earlier, Salam Radio features, it showcases Muslim Filipinos, it showcases the rich culture and tradition of the Muslim Filipinos in the country, including the Bangsamoro, Mr. Speaker.
So we there's a need really for the PCOO, if their intention is to make use of this make use of this radio network or this radio news program in trying to really absorb the sentiments of the cultural minorities, including us Muslims, they need to improve on the terms of budget resources and in terms of improving the facilities and infrastructure of Salam Radio. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
I believe, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be my last point because I am trying to digest exactly what kind of support does the lady proponent wishes this chamber to extend to Salam Radio, since we all also have our own Bangsamoro public information, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and thank you to the lady proponent.
Thank you, thank you.
The majority floor, deputy majority floor leader, the gentleman from Lanao del Sur is recognized, followed by MP Amir Mawalil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unang-una sa lahat, Mr. Speaker, based on the contents of the proposed resolution, pinapaabot ko po na kung pwede maging co-authors ng resolution nito. At kanina binulungan ako ng ating senior minister, executive secretary, Abdul Rauf Makakuan, na gusto rin maging co-author. Kung ninanais ng ating principal proponent ng proposed resolution nito, kung pwede po.
We would very welcome it from the gentleman from Caracalan del Sur and also from our Executive Secretary, Abdul Rauf Makakuan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have clarificatory questions, although I co-authored this resolution. Unang-una sa lahat, this resolution speaks two things. We express our profound gratitude to the President through the PCO, one, for the creation of the Salam Radio and TV, and two, to provide support coming from the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao government. Now, on the first subject, Mr. Speaker, speaks for the creation of the Salam TV and Salam Radio. Mayroon po bang executive order, proclamation, letter of instructions, or law that created Salam TV or Salam Radio?
As far as I know, Mr. Speaker, it was the pronouncement of the President of the Philippines during his SONA that prompted the PCOO to create and establish Salam TV.
Pero walang in writing.
I don't remember
Mr.
that there
Speaker.
is an executive order to this effect.
Kaya ko po tinatanong ito, Mr. Speaker, dahil may sa karugtong na tanong ko, makabuluhan. Kasi inaalam ko kung may legal basis o in writing na pag-create ng Salam TV and radio, gusto ko sanang malaman kung anong mandato na binigay sa kanila, the mandates that was given to them. So, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko itanong sa ating proponent kung alam ba niya kung anong sa kanyang palagay, anong mandate na binigay ng Pangulo dito sa Salam TV and Salam Radio.
Let me restate my statement earlier that there is no EO yet to that effect, Mr. Speaker.
So, based on, nakrit lang siya, based on the pronouncement, Mr. Speaker, of our President, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That's far as my knowledge is concerned.
In your personal knowledge, itong Salam Radio at saka Salam TV, ito ba nag-ooperate nationally, regionally, or locally? O locally meaning provincial level lang? Ano po sa palagay ng ating proponent, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, at present, Salam TV, which is a digital channel, is on test broadcast via digital terrestrial television on PTV's digital sub-channel and expand to cable television on Sky Cable and Destiny Cable, Channel 4, depending on the digital boxes channel availability from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Mr. Speaker, may regular program ba sila itong Salam TV and Radio sa PTV4? O anong schedule nila, regular program nila?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. At the current, they operate in Metro Manila, but there are because they are being carried by PTV4. That's why Salam TV is being aired nationwide. However, due to this problem on the content, ang naipapalabas po ngayon nila sa PTV4 ay mga rerun ng mga palabas ng Salam TV.
Kaya ko to tinatanong, Mr. Speaker, kasi one of our communication instrument is through radio and TV. That's why kaya ko to pinapalabas, Mr. Speaker, para magkaroon sila ng active collaboration with our own Bureau of Public Information regarding TV, kasi para nalalaman ng tao yung mga the works that has been done by the Bangsamoro Autonomous Government. So, dapat magkaroon ng active collaboration between the Salam TV and the Bureau of Public Information.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, that we can establish a strong cooperation scheme with the national through the Salam TV and also our Bangsamoro Information Office.
So, Mr. Speaker, dahil ganyan, I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the proponent pwede siyang maging bridge dyan, mag-collaborate ang BPI kasi may connection yata, Mr. Speaker, ang proponent sa PCOO. I suggest na she can be the bridge para regarding that collaboration. The number two, Mr. Speaker, regarding the budget, kasi binention dito budget, which is hindi naman sinabi kung anong klaseng budget. Unang-una, opisina o cash budget, bigyan sila ng financial support o equipment o anong klaseng budgetary support ang pinapahutig ng ating proponent.
I think, Mr. Speaker, if you would ask me, since the problem really is on the lack of the content, I think it should be more on the placement of programs.
Kasi dapat, Mr. Speaker, Since kung approvean natin ito kasi actually yung sabi nga nila is a simple resolution. We express our gratitude to the President for the creation of Salam TV because for the Bangsamoro, kaya lang nilagay dun follow up yung to support. Pag inapprovean natin ito, we are not duty bound but we can dapat magbigay tayo ng support dito sa Salam Radio and TV. So, may I request from the gentle lady, Mr. Speaker, kung anong inisip niyang support na dapat natin may bigay.
Mr. Speaker, tulad po ng sinabi ko, I really, because of this opportunity that is given to us by no less than our good President, kaya po hinihingi din po natin na suportahan ito dahil para din po ito sa atin. As to the specific support, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we can explore. But for the meantime, Mr. Speaker, naiisip ko po ay dahil sa sinabi nila, ang problema nila ay content, then probably we could do placement of programs, Mr. Speaker. And yun nga po dun sa sinabi niyo po that we could make a cooperation mechanism between the national through the Salam TV and Salam Radio and the Bureau of Public Information. It's very open to exploration, Mr. Speaker.
Yun lang, Mr. Speaker, kasi yung support kasi very broad. Pwedeng moral support lang. Yung sinasabi natin, supportahan itong Salam TV. So that is a form of support also. So dapat malinaw yung support, either financial, equipment support, office support, or any others. Nakalagay lang kasi support. So thank you very much for my colleague from Lanao del Sur for this resolution. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The last interpellator would be MP Amir Mawalin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the lady from Lanao, my fellow
For a
young
while,
motor
for a
professionals
while,
members.
MP Mawalin, who is on the Zoom.
Nag-type po ako sa chat box that I would like to propound some clarificatory question na forward na po kay Majority Leader.
Okay, the last two interpellators would be MP Malayha Kandao and MP Nabil Tan. MP
Thank
Mawalin,
you.
you proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask some clarificatory question to the proponent, MP Ramos. Yung PTV ba, which hosts yung Salam Radio, is it a free TV or a cable TV?
It's a free TV, Mr. Speaker. So we can watch it on free.
Mr. Speaker, meron po bang data yung proponent as to the penetration ng PTV sa buong Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao as far as the province of Tawi-Tawi?
I apologize, Mr. Speaker, that specific data that you are asking. I don't have the data of such, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that honest answer, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I am asking this is for us to be able to support or to extend assistance to a program, we need to first determine the challenges that it faces along the implementation. So, my next question, Mr. Speaker, ano po ba yung counterpart agency or ministry or department sa autonomous region, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao na pwedeng mag-take charge nitong matter na to?
I think the best agency, Mr. Speaker, would be the Bangsamoro Information Office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, alam po ba natin kung magkano yung in-earmark ng Bangsamoro government sa newly created na Bangsamoro Information Office for 2021?
As to the specific amount, Mr. Speaker, I don't have it the data right now. If you would wish to share, we would be
Yes,
happy to listen.
I'll address that, Mr. Speaker. The amount that we allocated for the Bangsamoro Information Office for 2021 is a meager 14 million pesos. So, I find it siguro para hindi tayo magkaroon ng generalization that medyo kulang yung reach yun ng yung pumalit sa BPI. It's because hindi natin tiningnan as a policy yung communication and yung public information as a priority ng Bangsamoro government. So yung in comparison lang po, the previous BPI, the last budget of BPI had a budget of 18 million. So for a bigger Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, you only have 14 million pesos, which I think is very, very meager for an operation that will run through an additional of one Cotabato City and 63 barangays. So my next question, Mr. Speaker, is that the proponent cited earlier that yung problema ng Salam Radio is sa pag-produce ng content. My question, Mr. Speaker, is pag pinasa ba natin yung resolution na to, extending some support, ano yung magiging, paano mafe-fill yung gap doon sa pag-create ng content?
Mr. Speaker, pwede po natin explore yung lahat ng possibilities. Banggitin ko muli yung placement of programs. Nabanggit niyo po yung sa very meager funds ng Bureau of Information Office. Pwede din po kasing i-consider ng mga various agencies and ministries dahil kung meron silang pondo for placing ads, then they could utilize the Salam TV as a platform for promotion of their programs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my own opinion po kasi, yung pag-create na content is a creative exercise. Ibig sabihin, nakasalala ito sa mga members ng crew, the producers, the segment producers. So, hindi ko po medyo ma-decipher kung saan papasok yung Bangsamoro government in terms of filling the gaps doon sa pag-create ng content. My next question, Mr. Speaker, is wala po bang existing collaboration yung Bangsamoro government at yung Presidential Communications Office ng Office of the President?
Mr. Speaker, I don't recall specific collaboration of PCOO and the Bangsamoro government.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
However, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us to take a look at it because we want to see the potential of these platforms that are being given to us. And if we can support them, like for example, they could create content for their programs, then they could allocate budget for that, Mr. Speaker.
I am sorry for that line, Mr. Speaker, but I think I do not agree that for a certain program, for a certain TV program to create content needs a support of a government institution because they have the creative freedom to do so, Mr. Speaker. I do not disagree on the first content of the proposal of the resolution, which is to commend because I believe that this is a landmark accomplishment in terms of promoting awareness to the mainstream society. But I fear on the second line of the resolution that we are setting a precedence on every initiative, every communication initiative that will require a parliamentary act, commendation, or support. Because in this case, as what MP Ziadlong earlier cited, it is quite vague on what support that we intend to do. Given that, I cited earlier that we do have in this government, in this administration, we lack policy on prioritizing public information and communication in the region, Mr. Speaker. So, ang appeal ko lang po sana that we support in the next budget deliberation the prioritization of the Bangsamoro Information Office in terms of budget allocation before we go outside supporting external initiative in terms of public information and communication.
Mr. Speaker, again, as I mentioned, this is subject to further exploration, and we are open for suggestions and amendments should the good MP have something to present later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be all.
MP Maleha Kandao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to commend the President for this laudable creation of Salam TV and Salam Radio. I would also like to commend my sister MP Jam Ramos for coming up with this resolution.
May,
The
may,
main
I cut,
purpose of
may I cut you there, ma'am? You are interpolating. You are a co-author.
I am just manifesting my support, Mr. Speaker. I would like to manifest.
You can go now, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. As I have said, I would like to laud the effort of our sister MP John Ramos for coming up with this resolution. And I have also heard all those voices coming from those who interpolated her, and as well as those concerns that has been raised up during this plenary session. One, I would like to talk about the content. This is very brief, don't worry. The content that we need to come up with, this is also in relation to other organizations like the BPI, of course, which is being funded by the BARM government, that is supposed to focus on coming up with educational broadcasting. And if there is a need for that to coordinate with the Office of PCCO for this purpose, I think it is important, not in terms of budget, because I think this has already been established, but there would be some talks that would be able to, I would say, drumbeat the need for the Bangsamoro government to depoliticize. Again, I would like to say that depoliticize the kind of broadcasting that we have, because as for now, we have to accept the fact that we are in quandary of answering questions all over the world owing to our infant government. That in itself, we should struggle to make the people understand, not only in the barn, but those also residing outside the barn, to understand what is the Bangsamoro, for whom is the Bangsamoro, why do we need the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. That content per se should first be established before we would be able to keep providing them some technological outputs or any developments that we make from every ministry of this region. So, MP Jam, I would like to congratulate you again, but please incorporate in your resolution the need to come up with a quality content, and that is one, to depoliticize the kind of images and the kind of stories that we can perhaps share with PCCO if they would allow us to coordinate with them. And if they would allow us, of course, to make use of some of the allotted, I think, 30 minutes for the Muslims, and some 30 minutes, I think, for the Lumads, because the president has already expressed his desire to come up with also another Lumad channel, so that he would be able to give voices to all the people in the indigenous community in the BARM and in the Philippines, of course. So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, MP Jam. Thank you all.
MP Nabiltan, you are recognized.
Salamat po. If may kamag-anak with Jam Ramos will deal to a few clarificatory questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, gladly.
Understand, I heard Deputy Majority Leader Tago and Amir Mawali, MP Amir, ask the question. So, and also Zia. I guess whatever support that can be given at this time, if we indeed uh, decide to support, will not be done that much because this is not budget time, and the Bangsamoro Information Office has just a meager budget to operate. So I understand the concern of contents, to support the contents, because we also had the opportunity while I was with OPAP, the Kapayapaan Atin To. We set up our own program and contents, but it could hardly last dahil hindi masustain. Pwede po bang ang support is just technical collaboration na lang? We the Bangsamoro Information Office provides some inputs to the Salam TV and radio. Pwede po ganun ba lang ang support? Pwede kaya?
Mr. Speaker, again, tulad po ng sabi ko kanina, ito pa ay open po sa exploration at sa tingin niyo po na yan po ang nararapat, we are open to suggestions. Dagdagan ko lang, pwede naman po kasi na ang Bangsamoro Information Office can also submit content also and to Salam.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Madam. Ito bang Salam TV may working collaboration or is being shown in PTV4?
It's being carried, Mr. Speaker, by PTV4. It can be watched free, Mr. Speaker, also.
But on a limited basis, meaning hindi live yung mga palabas. Mga replay lang ang mga palabas.
Opo. Tama po yan.
So, sa tingin nyo, hindi po ba dapat natin makausap ang PCOO since it is their creation to more or less support it? Kasi kung ang support will mean support sa mga equipment, we had dito sa Hulo, nagkaroon tayo ng radyo ng bayan pa, ng bago naging Radyo Pilipinas, ng mga problem in their operation at isang mag-bug down na machine nila, generator ba yun o machine, basta. It costs billions, so only the office of the president can have that through the contingency fund or other fund source can help sustain that kind of operation. Isa lang po yun, stasyon ng Radyo ng Bayan, ang tawag ngayon, Radyo Pilipinas na eh. So I think this is a good vehicle, but the other vehicles also like PTV4 is open to collaboration, di ba? Open to all of us, hindi lang sa other regions, kundi pati sa Bangsamoro. So sa tingin ko, kung masuportahan ng PCO ito ng budget at hindi lang bigyan tayo ng shield, ng structure na walang makina or car na walang gulong, hindi tatakbo. So meron din naman tayo mga vehikulo para sa information. In fact, I really appreciate this because I have repeated many times in the past that there is need to broadcast whatever accomplishment we have had in the different ministries in the provincial level para hindi tayo nagana. So, I hope that it can be worked out na hindi titignan ng ang Bangsamoro kasi sabi nga ni Joe Lorena kanina, bababa yung black grants na yan. Kaya maghanap tayo ibang sources, mag-create na ibang sources o mag-source ng other sources of revenue. We should not be looking at the black grants anymore dahil masyadong bababa yan in the coming years kasi bumagsak tayo, nasa recession tayo ngayon. So, yun lang po ang aking maliit na suggestion, to work it out within the PCOO and to get a budget for it para hindi po magbibigay sila ng platform pero hindi nila suportahan. Parang ang sasama na naman pangalan, Bangsamoro na naman. Meron kami programa, hindi tumakbo, walang ginawang Bangsamoro, mga ganon. So I hope hindi humantong sa ganon na pagkakataon. Salamat. I just want to share my thoughts with the proponents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I may answer, thank you very much, MP Nabiltan. I think in terms of infrastructure that you've mentioned, it is not a problem. The way I see it from the initial conversation that we had, it's really more on the content, and this is where we should establish cooperation.
Yeah, I will recognize MP Toy Mangudadato and later Sultan Rimbang.
Salamat po.
I think we will have to go on break after MP Rimbang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to commend the good lady for realizing this very noble resolution. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask from the good lady, the principal author, as to the support coming from the Bangsamoro government is concerned. Marami ho kasi yung pwede nating support in terms of expressing support for materializing the Salam TV as well as the Salam radio station. But can the good lady, the principal author, if she could maybe perhaps mention one of the most important support that might the Bangsamoro government can support, Mr. Speaker?
I believe, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to base my answer on the consultations that we had with Salam TV and Salam Radio, wherein they said that we don't have a problem with the infrastructure, but it's only on most on the content. Therefore, what I see is that close collaboration between them and the Bangsamoro Information Office and also other ministries. If they want to produce the content, then they can utilize that platform of Salam TV and Salam Radio. In that way, we acknowledge and recognize this opportunity given to us by the President on the creation and establishment of the first state-run Muslim national TV channel, and at the same time, support them in their sustainability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, in that reply from the good lady. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, her reply needs to have a proper consultation with the Bangsamoro Information Office. Tama ho ba, Mr. Speaker?
It is one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, is the gentle lady amenable if we are going to commit this resolution to a proper committee? So that from that committee, from the level of the committee, Mr. Speaker, we can thoroughly discuss as to the plans as well as the support and the collaboration as well, Mr. Speaker, of the Bangsamoro Information Office. In totality, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the collaboration.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, this has already been addressed as a simple resolution. Therefore, I actually expect that it will be deliberated as in the business of the day. However, Mr. Speaker, if you have suggestions, recommendations, this humble representation is very much open to any suggestions and recommendations.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of suggestions coming from the members of this chamber, if and when if we are going to make some suggestions for to strengthen the collaboration of the BIO as well as the Salam TV and the PCOO, Mr. Speaker, this is just to again reiterate creation of the Salam TV as well as the Salam radio station is a nationally funded creation through the PCOO. So in that aspect, Mr. Speaker, sa pagkakaintindi ko po sa intensyon
ng principal author is magkaroon po ng suporta sa Bangsamoro Regional Government. Now, kung sa pagkakaalam ho natin na ang suportang hinihingi from the Bangsamoro Government is maayos na ugnayan ng Bangsamoro Information Office at ng Salam TV as well as the Salam radio station through the PCOO. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, kailangan siguro ng masusi at malalimang unawaan at pakikipag-usap on the level of on the part rather of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we could include actually that suggestion in the resolution for as long as the good MP has the proper language that we could incorporate in the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand the proposal of the gentle lady for the language. But if she wants to hear from me the proper language of my intention, I cannot easily pronounce that language, Mr. Speaker, in this plenary. That is why I am asking from the good lady if she is amenable to commit it to the proper committee so that from the level of the committee we can discuss it thoroughly, Mr. Speaker. Because the way I understand, Mr. Speaker, when we say speaking of support, that entails a budgetary requirement on the part of the Bangsamoro government so that we can have a proper collaboration and a strong relation with the PCOO National, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the argument of our good MP. However, I mentioned earlier in my statement regarding the in general what support that we are asking, Mr. Speaker. Yun nga po, tulad po, babanggitin ko po uli. Dahil ako po ang proponent nito, ang iniisip ko po na maaring suporta po na maibigay natin. We utilize the platform, no? Nandiyan na po yung platform na binigay sa atin ng Pangulo at ito ay pwedeng gamitin po natin sa pamamagitan ng mga pag-produce po ng content na ipo-place po natin para po malaman din po hindi lang po ng Bangsamoro region, kundi ng ating mga Bangsamoro communities outside BARM, kung ano na po ba ang nangyayari sa atin sa BARM. I think, Mr. Speaker, sana po naging malinaw po yung intention ko po dito sa resolution na ito. Bagamat kung meron po kayong gustong idagdag para ma-improve pa po yung resolution, very much welcome po tayo. Pero ang akin pong prayer ay sana dahil na-treat siya as a simple resolution, ay atin po itong pag-usapan na at dito po, matapos po ang usapan sa business of the day anyway, it can still be subject for further exploration po.
Mr. Speaker,
by the Bangsamoro government.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do understand the very clear response of the good lady. Mr. Speaker, pinauna ko na po, I commended already the principal author. Okay. But Mr. Speaker, last question, Mr. Speaker. Pwede ho ba can the good lady explain before this chamber what makes it more special and different, the Salam TV channel as well as the Salam radio station, makes it different from the other TV station, Mr. Speaker? Ang Salam TV po ba at saka ang Salam radio station is nakafocus lamang po ba sa gawain at adhikain po ng Filipino Muslims in the country, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, nabanggit ko po kanina sa aking speech na solely ay nakafocus po sila sa Filipino Muslims and also that talks about also about Islam. Oportunidad po actually ito, no? Kung inyo pong nasubaybayan ang programa ng Salam TV at Salam Radio, marami na pong mga ministers natin at ibang opisyales natin sa BARM ang naimbita po nila para po ma-share po nila yung kanilang mga programa at Maganda naman po dahil nalalaman po ng ating mga Bangsamoro constituents, hindi lang po sa BARM, kundi sa buong bansa dahil po sa wide reach po nito. So, ang akin lang po, Mr. Speaker, I leave it to the Bangsamoro Parliament kung anong klaseng support po ang gusto natin. Kaya po, meron tayo mamaya po sa period of amendment, kung meron po kayong pinopropose, pwede naman po natin kung gusto nating mas maging specific yung ating proposed support, pwede din po natin yung ilagay po doon sa ating proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, in that answer, Mr. Speaker, nararapat lamang po na mabigyan ng napakataas na pasasalamat ang Office of the President sa PCOO through the leadership of Secretary Martin Andanar at sa ating kagalang-galang at mahal na Presidente. Again, congratulations to the lady from Lanao. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ang akin lang po ay...
Sultan Nasser Rimbang is recognized.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Please make it very brief.
Yes. Lady of Lanao del Sur from Taraka, ang tanong ko lang, meron ba tayong recommendation na Salam PTB sa atin sa bill natin?
Ano pong recommendation po ito? Gusto ko lang pong linawin sa ating kagalang-galang na MP Rimbang.
Yes po. Ang recommendation na sinasabi ko, kung ang PTB, Salam PTB ba, pwede rin ba ma-adapt na Bangsamoro?
Yun nga po, yung kanina pong punto ng diskusyon natin ay pwede po tayong mag-establish din ng cooperation mechanism.
So, ang sa akin, Mr. Speaker, ako, nagpapasalamat ako kay Jamila, MP Jamila, dahil kahit papaano ay isa ka sa tumututok sa mga Salam PTB kasi nakakatulong talaga yan sa Bangsamoro, hindi lang sa Bangsamoro, sa outside the BAM. So, ang recommendation ko, kung ako'y mag-recommenda, ay bakit hindi na tayo mag-creating the PTB News, Salam TV, dito sa sarili natin Bangsamoro. So, ako, sumusuporta ako din sa Salam TV, pero kung magsuporta tayo sa budgeting, medyo malabo dahil nga malaki po yung budget na Office of the PCOO, Office of the President, kay Secretary Adanar, malaki po yung funding nila. So, ang funding natin ng Bangsamoro, block grant natin ay manggagaling po sa nasyonal. Hindi po makapag-isip ang nasyonal, lalo ang ating Pangulo kung maglagay tayo ng funding dyan sa Salam TV, Mr. Proponent.
Yung binanggit mo kanina na pwede bang magkaroon din ng Salam TV, no? Sa BARM, it's a possibility, no? Pag merong demand, no? It could trigger that possibility na maaari magkaroon pa ng mga sub-channels, no? Sa iba't ibang lugar, kasama na rin ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Mindanao.
Okay,
And also, as far as I know, meron na pong mga ongoing efforts, ang PCOO in terms of expanding their coverage. In that way, we can create more content, no? Dahil mas malaki na, mas mag-e-expand na sila.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, one question, one suggestion. Ako po ay ulit nagpapasalamat kay MP Jamila. Ako po ay sumusuporta sa iyong bill, pero yung budget, hindi po ako makasuporta kung ako ang tatanungin dahil nga kumukuha tayo ng...
This is not a bill,
resolution bill. Hindi po ako makasuporta kung maglalagay tayo ng funding dyan dahil na yung funding natin galing po sa nasyonal. So susuporta po ako dyan dahil sa pinapakita na Salam TV na kagandaang loob na makatuon hindi lang sa Bangsamoro kundi sa national government. Ako po ay suggestion ko po ay magkaroon tayo na Salam TV dito sa Bangsamoro. At sumusuporta rin ako diyan sa Salam TV pero hindi po ako makakasuporta doon sa budget na tayo po magbigay na budget sa kanila Dahil yung budget po ng Bangsamoro Block Grant, inulit po natin ay galing po sa national government sa ating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ma'am MP Jamila de Simban Ramos. Thank you sa Member of Parliament. Assalamualaikum.
Maraming salamat.
Majority Floor Leader.
One minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. In their proper places. Resume. I will recognize for the last time the gentleman from Sulu to clarify to further clarify and elucidate on the confusing terms used in the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend our lady MP for this resolution, but I just have one simple question for purposes of clarity. In the resolution, it calls for a commendation to our PCCO. And at the same time, there is attached to it a request for support, which is discretionary on the government of the day. If the lady gentleman would allow that we approve the commendation and leave the discretion of determining the support to the government of the day, then I will move for the approval of the resolution.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
No, not.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are amenable to the suggestion of our good MP Lorena.
So,
Deputy Minister Lorena.
thank you. With that, considering that I understand that the support is not defined in this resolution, but it is open, I now move that we approve this simple resolution as is with the understanding that it is discretionary on the part of the Bangsamoro on the kind of support that it can render to. I move, therefore, for the approval of the subject to that
Second
style.
the motion, Mr. Speaker. I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Subject to style.
Mr. Speaker, I support the idea of the gentleman from the Deputy Minister. But this is a resolution. And there are two subject matter. One is commending the President. Number two is to seek support. We cannot be vague in our language in the resolution. It will set a precedence. We should avoid the practice of subject to style when approving adopting a measure. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we close the period of the debate and interpellation and then amend the specific line to include that based on the discretionary of the Parliament, what kind of support. We will leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. So I would move for the period of debate and
1
interpellation
minute
to be closed.
suspension. 1 minute suspension. I think the majority floor leader should close the period of interpellation first.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate.
Any second?
Second the motion. I second the motion, Mr.
There
Speaker.
is motion to terminate the period of interpellation. It's been seconded. There being no objection. The period of interpellation debate is terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is now open. What is your amendment, MP Joe Lorena?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is first, this resolution expressing profound gratitude and recognition to the Office of the President through the Presidential Communication Operation Office for the creation of Salam TV and Salam Radio, and the BARM, calling on the BARM through the BPI that they may enter into a cooperation agreement to sustain the Salam program.
Which portion is that to be inserted?
It will be inserted after radio and calling on the BARM through the BPI that they may enter into an agreement to sustain the Salam program.
Okay.
So if
that,
it is
that will
acceptable,
be in the title?
in the title, yes.
How about in the main whereas clauses?
The whereas clause, we will change the and we will just correspondingly amend the whereases with respect to the support, but focus it on the cooperation agreement, Mr. Speaker.
MP Mawalil, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of my uncle, fellow MP Joe Lorena, I object to the proposed amendment on the title. My counter proposal is to make the title as a resolution expressing profound gratitude and recognition to the Office of the President through the Presidential Communications Operation Office for the creation of Salam TV and Salam Radio. Period. That is all, Mr. Speaker.
So, well, that is a very good suggestion, but I really don't know if the proponent would. If the proponent accedes to that, I will agree with the amendment to the amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I am more amenable to the proposed
agree?
amendment of MP Lorena.
Mr. Speaker.
You are referring to MP Lorena?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, nag-agree na kasi kagad yung proponent. Ang pagkaintindi ko dito, itong resolution na ito, we are expressing our profound gratitude to the President for the creation of Salam TV. Wala nang ancillary issues. Yun lang, simple resolution expressing our profound gratitude to the President for the creation of Salam TV. Wala nang mga BPA, wala nang support. Yun lang ang pagkaintindi ko sa resolution na ito. Oo.
So, if the proponent is amenable, I am agreeing to the amendments.
What is the pleasure of the proponent?
I believe, Mr. Speaker, the support that we are referring here is very open, and it is at the discretion of the Bangsamoro government, and it's interrelated, no? So I think I would really go for the proposed amendment of MP Joel Lorena.
Mr. Speaker, may for the benefit of this chamber, may we call for a suspension of the period of amendment, take a break, and then while we're having the break, we can consolidate all our ideas and then come up with
we will finish this.
consolidatory.
I'm sorry, we will finish this right now.
So it's either
I will go for a 1 minute break to settle the
that is correct, Mr. Speaker.
the inconsistent provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension. of amendments, there is another amendment to be proposed by the gentleman from Sudu.
Mr. Speaker, this is not actually my amendment only. This is a product of a collaborative effort of the proponent, the Omil Mawalil, and the others. So the proposal now, Mr. Speaker, which would tantamount to an amendment, is to amend the title of the resolution. The title of the resolution will now read as Resolution expressing profound gratitude and recognition and support to the Office of the President through the Presidential Communication Operations Office for the creation of Salam TV and Salam Radio. Period. No, then we will have to amend. Wala. And we will, full stop. And we will amend the whereas, which is the third to the last whereas, which says that in order to sustain the Salam TV and Salam Radio, the BPI and the PCCO will explore areas of collaboration. Mr. Speaker, period. May explore. I think that was the consensus in our small dialogue.
What is the pleasure of the proponent?
Mr. Speaker, I accept the proposed amendment of our good MP Joe Lorena.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of this simple resolution. I close the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is hereby terminated.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
And I think the majority leader is here.
We now proceed
Mr.
to
Speaker,
the
I move
votation.
for the approval and adoption of this proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to approve the proposed resolution number 373.
Second.
It's been seconded. There being no objection, proposed resolution number 373.
Mr. Speaker, how about the authors? Are we not anymore including the...
It would depend on the
because
plenary.
I believe that the good honorable executive
But you have to object first to the motion.
Executive Secretary would wish to be included also.
You have to object first to the motion so that I cannot proceed with
Mr.
the
Speaker, no more objection. Just proceed
no
with
more
the
objection.
adoption.
So there is a motion to approve proposed resolution number 373. It's been seconded.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I believe the lady from Tugaya is asking who are the members who want to support this by manifesting their co-authorship. Believe so. Those who have introduced the amendments would be automatic co-authors. MP Lorena,
that will be including me.
Yes, may included. So, Mr. Speaker, MP Lorena, this representation, MP
I will
Sammy
recognize
Gambar,
MP Makalaya.
Taong mga dato. And those MP Aida Silungan, Mr. Speaker.
MP Makaraya also.
Yes, may I manifest my intent to be one of the co-authors of the resolution. Thank you.
Secretariat, please take note of those who have manifested. The manifestation of the Deputy Speaker Adyong and the manifestation of MP Jamal Lukman.
And also, Mr. Speaker, MP Amir Mawalil also.
All of those who would like to be co-authors, please submit your names to the Secretariat.
With that, Mr. Speaker, may we continue with the deliberation?
There
and
is
adoption?
a motion. There is a pending motion to approve the resolution. It has been seconded. There being no objection, proposed resolution number 373 is approved in plenary by the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Majority Floor Leader, what is
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
next
we
in the order
proceed
of
to
business?
the order of... we proceed to that item number on the third and final reading. We are on the Bangsamoro approval for the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code for third and final reading, Pakambite Cabinet Bill number 59. Mr. Speaker, there is a certification that this bill is an urgent, which was issued by the Chief Minister to send to the Office of the Speaker last July 27, 2023. Mr. Speaker.
Can the Secretariat flash that certification coming from the Office of the Chief Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'm holding the certification that this bill is an urgent bill.
What is the date?
I stand to be corrected, Mr. Speaker. July 21, 2020.
July 21, 2020.
Yes, not July 27, but July 21, 2020.
Can you check on the signature if it's correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The signature of the Chief Minister is here, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. We proceed to the next order in the order of business, which is the approval of the proposed Bangsamoro Civil Service Code.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move for the third and final approval of BDA Cabinet Bill number 59, titled Bangsamoro Civil Service Code through nominal voting, Mr. Speaker.
Before that, Majority Floor Leader, can we ask the Secretariat to first check the numbers in attendance?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Through roll call po.
Yeah, the Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
May we know if we have a copy of the...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a hard
may
copy.
we secure a copy of it from the
Yes, Mr.
minority
Speaker.
side?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat is directed to give a copy to the minority. One-minute suspension. May I ask the Secretariat the number of MPs in attendance physically and through Zoom?
Sir Speaker, for the Zoom, we have 32 presently in the Zoom. For physical, we have 37, a total of 69 for this particular session.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is a standing motion on the third and final approval of this particular bill by nominal voting.
By nominal voting. There is now a motion to approve on third and final reading the proposed Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, bill number...
Second. Ano ba yun? Di mo ba?
Bill number 59 on nominal voting. It's been seconded. There being no objection, we now proceed to the division for the approval of the same by nominal voting. The Secretariat is directed to conduct the nominal voting for the approval on third and final reading of PTA Cabinet Bill number 59.
Nominal voting on PTA Cabinet Bill number 59 entitled the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. The Honorables Abbas Ahmad, Honorable Abbas Ahmad,
Yes, President. Yes.
Abbas Harold, Abbas Zulkarnain, Abbas Zulkarnain, Abbas Basit Sarif,
Present.
Abu Mujib, Abu Mujib, Adil Jauh Rahman Nalonto.
Mr. Speaker, may I say a few words to address the Parliament before I cast my vote? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Make it very brief.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been an honor of my life to be part and to take part of the deliberation of one of the 6 major codes that the Parliament is mandated by RA 1954 to enact. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation will not only streamline the hiring process, but it also captures the unique character of the Bangsamoro government. And also to ensure that in the coming generation, Mr. Speaker, professionalizing the bureaucracy would also closely associated with Islamic tenets by upholding moral governance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I also say that we thank the women of this Parliament because indeed they have labored in the drafting of this piece of legislation and improving the version that is reflective of the true identity and character of the Bangsamoro government. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes.
Ahang Abdullah, Ahang Abdullah,
Yes.
Alamia Liza, Alamia Liza, Alaudin Faiz. Alaudin Faiz. Ali Ibrahim. Ali Junior Lano.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. This day is another victory for the Mujahideen and Mujahidat of the Bangsamoro. The sacrifices, bloods, and sweats of the Mujahideen and Mujahidat have resulted for the passage of first the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the establishment of the Bangsamoro government, and now the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Mr. Speaker, this code will help our Mujahideen and Mujahidat to be competitive civil servant for the Bangsamoro government. From first level position up to second level position exercising executive and managerial functions. To clarify this, Mr. Speaker, maybe gusto ko po sanang ibahagi ang kwento ng isang kaibigan kong Mujahideen. Brief lang po, Mr. Speaker. Katapos ng all-out war noong 2001, bumaba po siya, Mr. Speaker, sa bundok para po makapag-apply ng examination, career service examination for professionals. Dito po sa Civil Service 12, sa CSC 12, Mr. Speaker. Nung pumunta siya doon, Mr. Speaker, itong kaibigan kung tawagin nating si Commander, naka-chinelas lang daw siya, Mr. Speaker, nakapambahay na damit. Lagi siyang tumitingin sa likod niya, Mr. Speaker, baka mayroong mga intelligence personnel ng PNP or AFP na nakasubaybay sa kanya. Sa madaling salita, Mr. Speaker, naka-exam siya noong 2001. Itong kaibigan ko, Commander, Mr. Speaker, hindi na po niya pinalo up yung result ng exam niya dahil sa tingin niya ay hindi siya pumasa. Mr. Speaker, pumunta siya ulit sa Civil Service 12, CSC 12, noong 2005 at gusto niyang mag-exam ulit. Tinanong siya ng CSC 12 kung naka-exam ka na. Sabi niya, Mr. Speaker, opo, noong 2001. Pero hindi ko na po pinalo up kung anong resulta. Mr. Speaker, tinignan po ng CSC 12 yung result ng exam noong 2001, Mr. Speaker. And very luckily, Mr. Speaker, ay nakapasa po siya ng Civil Service Examination for Professional noong 2001. Hindi niya po nagamit itong eligibility niya, Mr. Speaker, dahil bumalik na naman siya ulit sa bundok para sumama sa Bangsamoro struggle, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, meron na tayong Bangsamoro government ngayon, Mr. Speaker. At bumaba siya ngayon, Mr. Speaker. At nais ko pong ibalita sa ating mga kasamahan dito na siya po ay natanggap na po sa trabaho holding supervisory positions sa isang minister dito sa Bangsamoro. Siya po ay galing sa bundok at ngayon ay nagtatrabaho at nagsisilbi na po sa Bangsamoro. Sana po, Mr. Speaker, makuha po natin ng konting aral itong kwento ko, Mr. Speaker. And for that, I vote for yes, Mr. Speaker.
Ali Edi Mapag. Alil Cesar.
My vote is yes.
Ambuluto Suarto. Ampatuan Baintan.
Mr. Speaker, may I take my 2 minutes?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, allow me to extend my gratitude to the proponent of this code for accepting my proposed amendments, which significantly help improve the final version of this landmark piece of legislation, the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Alhamdulillah for this opportunity. As what has been repeatedly mentioned during the period of interpellation and debate, Section 39 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law specifically states that the Bangsamoro government shall enact a civil service law, provided that it shall be in accordance with existing national laws. In case of conflict with national laws, the Constitution, and existing national civil service laws, rules, and regulations shall prevail. Pursuant to the 1987 Administrative Code, only career executive service eligibles should be appointed to the third level positions. In the exercise of its legal mandate, the Career Executive Service Board issued Resolution number 945 dated June 14, 2011, where it sets the following criteria to determine whether a position belongs to the Career Executive Service. 1. The position is career. Second, the position is above division chief. And third, the duties and responsibilities of the position require the performance of executive and managerial functions. No appointment to the third level positions shall be made unless the appointee is a career executive service officer who preferably shall have risen from the ranks. However, Mr. Speaker, the code that we are just about to approve states that the requirement for career executive service eligibility shall not apply to the third level positions in the BARM unless otherwise provided by law or existing jurisprudence. Mr. Speaker, one of the principles of the Bangsamoro government is moral governance. As such, pursuant to this very principle of moral governance, the requirement for a third level position should be more, if not the same, with the national laws. It cannot be less. BARM cannot be lesser than ARM. Although they are not presidential appointees, Mr. Speaker, in the realm of BARM, they are the equivalent of presidential appointees and thus they exercise greater power and responsibility. Hence, more should be expected from them. I stand to register my yes vote with a very, very strong reservation to the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, primarily because of its non-adherence to the requirement of career executive service eligibility for third level positions. Thank you.
Anayatin Susana.
Mr. Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You have 1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So this time we have the second post or pangalawang pundasyon ng isang matibay na pamahalaan sa Bangsamoro na ipasa na natin ang Administrative Code at ngayon po ipapasa na naman natin ang Civil Service Code. So hinahangad po ng code na ito na ma-professionalize ang selection process and even promotion process in the BARM, guided with the merit and fitness policy of the government, but in the context of the Bangsamoro on the ground. So my prayer and hope, Mr. Speaker, is that gender, ethnicity, and religion be also part in the selection process that will be done, meaning there must be inclusivity regardless of religion, gender, and ethnicity. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. Thank you very much.
Asmawil Muslima. Balindong Ali Pangalian. Bara Hamid Aminuddin. Basman Anna Tarhata. Bato Muhammad Zainuddin. Bato Muhammad Zainuddin.
Yes.
Burahan Abraham.
My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gandao Bay Maleha.
Mr. Speaker, can I have 1 minute to explain my vote?
You may explain your vote.
Maraming salamat po, mahal kong Speaker. Gusto ko lamang pong iparating ang aking taus-pusong pasasalamat kay President Rodrigo Duterte sa pagkakataong binigay niya sa mga Bangsamoro para patunayan na may kakayahan po kaming mamuno at paglingkuran ang aming mga kapatid na Bangsamoro. Nais ko rin pong magpasalamat sa liderato ng Moro Islamic Liberation Front sa kanilang pagsisikap na maibigay ang pangangailangan ng mga Bangsamoro sa kapila ng mga panghuhusga at pang-aalipusta ng iba't ibang sektor. Nais ko rin pong salpuhan ang mga mujahideen dahil sa kanilang dugo at pawis, kaya tayo merong Bangsamoro government. At sa lahat po ng miyembro ng Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament, salamat po at naging professional tayong lahat sa kabila ng pagkakaiba natin na natili tayong magkaisang ipasa ang importanteng vote na ito. Ang aking pong boto ay taus-pusong yes.
Dandamon Latif Maysara.
Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote? Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the Civil Service Code Committee headed by Engineer MP Aida Silongan, as well as the Technical Working Group members Attorney Ana Tarhata Basman and Attorney Raisa Jujuri, three highly esteemed women that we are very lucky to have in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament. I am so glad that we have seen their dedication and commitment to produce a code that will be embraced by the Bangsamoro government. The Bangsamoro Parliament was given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to chart our own path and exercise our right to self-determination. We have this chance, so we should not really waste it. We should make this as among the best of the laws that we can produce. Among the unique positions that we have in the Bangsamoro include our Madaris teachers and Sharia counselors. We were given this opportunity to give them the attention that they deserve in the law, in the Bangsamoro Civil Service Law, since they are often forgotten in the national arena. This was our chance to institutionalize the professions of Asatids and Sharia counselor, which we did. Both are instrumental in preserving the way of Islam, one through education and the other through law. Most of the amendments of this representation had already been accepted at the committee level, and we introduced additional for Asatids and Sharia counselors. I thank the proponents for accepting our amendments on Sharia, as it had the aim of simplifying and making it easier for our Sharia counselors to serve in the Bangsamoro. On the provision of Madaris teachers, we also thank the majority floor leader, represented by the deputy majority floor leader, in accepting that we will, inshallah, have a more robust provisions for Madaris teacher that will be embodied in the Bangsamoro Education Code. With that assurance, I rest easy that I would see one day a professionalized Asatids that will nurture the children of the Bangsamoro people as they have done for more than 600 years. I thank the proponents for accepting all of this. And this was meant also to thank the Mujahideen and Mujahidat when we removed the period during the transition period in the amendment. Because for me, it should not be limited only to that transition period. They should continue serving the Bangsamoro government. Nonetheless, I would like to thank again the Bangsamoro government of the day for doing its very best in providing the Bangsamoro people a code which we can call our own, but with the reservation also, Mr. Speaker, that one day I shall see a third-level position with the third-level eligibility in the Bangsamoro Civil Service. With that, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes to the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Diabla Musa. Dipatuan sa Prula.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my
You
vote?
have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I congratulate the honorable members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, especially the proponents for the of this code, for exerting extra effort to ensure the passage of this landmark legislation, the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, that will benefit the entire Bangsamoro regardless of religion, ethnic affiliation, or political inclination, and even beyond. My own proposed amendment was centered on recognizing and honoring the people who shed blood, sweat, and tears, so that one day we will be able to realize and fulfill our right to self-determination. I refer to the Mujahideen, the Mujahidats, and their families. I know that my proposition to give them the opportunity to experience and feel the fruits of their labor and sacrifices during the transition period by being employed in the barn is not sufficient. But what is important is the realization of everybody in this august chamber that if not because of them, we will not be here. This is also the reason why, although my proposed amendment was not accepted by the proponent of this legislation, what I know is that I yielded to a better proposition that will be more advantageous to our Mujahideen and Mujahidats. Hence, my vote is an astounding yes. Let us now move on to the passage of the other priority codes. Thank you.
Ibrahim Ahod. Ismail Haji Abdulaziz. Gayak Abdullah. Gera Edward.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, this is one big step forward. My vote is yes na yes.
Hassan Hatimil. Hasim Abdullah.
Mr. Speaker, may I have a few words?
You may, Honorable Abdullah.
Bismillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa ba'd. My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker, and I am hoping that this Bangsamoro Civil Service Code will encourage the Bangsamoro who have been for years struggling in the jungles to finally have a chance to be civil servants and become productive members of society and not be pulled into extremist ideology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, my vote is yes.
Iqbal Buager.
Mr. Speaker, can I explain my vote?
You may. You now have the floor, MP Iqbal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Umasa ang Bangsamoro Civil Service Code dahil sa pagsisikap natin. This is another victory for the Bangsamoro people, and for those who wish to establish a real governance for our people. Alam natin, itong Bangsamoro Autonomous Region ng Muslim Mindanao, ito ay binayaran natin ito ng luha, pawis, dugo ng Bangsamoro people. This government has not been given to us in silver platter. It was the result of almost 50 years of struggle led by the MNLF and the MILF and 17 long years of negotiation between the government and the More Islamic Liberation Front. Kaya ito talaga, resulta ito ng dugo ng taong bayan, ng Bangsamoro, yung mga mujahidin, ng MNLF, MILF. Ang maganda nito, nabawasan ang tinik sa league natin. Dalawa na po ang pumasa, yung admin code, at sumunod po itong Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. At ang maganda rin dito, nabawasan po ng ammunition, bala, yung bumabati ko sa atin. The Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, which is also anchored on moral governance, is one of the pillars that would ensure the establishment of an autonomous entity for the Bangsamoro people in Mindanao. Kaya mabuhay po tayong lahat. My vote is yes. My vote is yes. Salamat po.
Ismail Rasul.
Mr. Speaker, can explain my vote.
You may explain.
Magandang hapon po sa ating mga kasama dito sa plenary. Bago po ako magboto, ay gusto kong magpasalamat, lalong-lalo na sa head ng Civil Service Code, si Minister Engineer Aida Silungan, na naging kasama ko nung kami ay nagkaroon ng public hearing sa Holosulu last year. I think that was February of last year. Mga kasama, sa 6 na code, at least nakadalawa tayo, no? Ngayong taong ito. And hopefully, yung 4 na pinaka-importanting code ay maipasa natin bago man lang mag-recess ang Senado at ang Kongreso. Kasi kung natuloy yung Senate hearing kaninang umaga, ang marireport lang po natin ay nakapasa tayo sa 6 na code isa. At least ngayon, no? Sa tingin ko, 1 o 2 linggo nga po ngayon ay magkakaroon po ng committee hearing, sabay po yan, no? Sa Senado at Kongreso. At ako po ay nananawagan na dapat madaliin po natin itong susunod na tatalakay natin, no, yung Education Code, Local Government Code, Revenue Code, yung IP Code. Bumoboto ako ng yes with reservation, same stand doon sa stand kanina ni MP Baintan Ampatuan. Yun lang po.
Jajuri Raisa. Jakilan Muslimin. Karon Bainon. Lidasan Mussolini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Loong Don Mustafa.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to explain my vote.
You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to speak not just a member of the parliament, but more importantly, As a
voting ka rin sa Bangsamoro Civil Service.
as a Bangsamoro professional who at one point in his life preferred to work outside the Bangsamoro instead of within the Bangsamoro region for the complexities and challenges of public service. More than ever, this is the golden hour for the Bangsamoro to seize the opportunity to maximize all efforts to improve the efficiency of public service in the region. We have localized pertinent civil service laws to meet the special conditions existing in the Bangsamoro region without, however, deviating from the standards set by the national civil service laws. Of course, there is no perfect law, but I believe that this law will already be able to help the public servants in the Bangsamoro, albeit there can be improvements in the future as perhaps the Bangsamoro government in the future can provide for a Bangsamoro Career Executive Service board that will facilitate the training, the oversight over the career executive public servants who have tremendous and immense powers over the Bangsamoro. That is number one. Number two is that I hope that the education code can provide for clear qualifications and affirmative action for the asatids as well as the Quran teachers in the Bangsamoro. And number three, as regards the Mujahideen, I hope there may be a bill in the future that will be similar to the Executive Order 132 in 1948, as well as in 1982, that provided for a veteran preference rating eligibility, which actually adds 10 points to the civil service examination result of the veterans. If it can be done for the veterans, then maybe it could also be done for the Mujahideen. Although I realize that this is within the purview of the Civil Service Commission, but I hope the same privilege can be given to the Mujahideen. As such, by passing the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, we are not only living up to the requirements of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, but also easing the gaps between the national civil service laws and the unique needs of our people, with high hopes that no Bangsamoro shall be left behind as we head towards professionalizing the Bangsamoro workforce. I vote yes in favor of the passage of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, and I do hope that this Civil Service Code will not only accommodate as many of the Bangsamoro as we can, but also ensure that we attract the best and the brightest to serve in the Bangsamoro government. Again, my vote is yes.
Lorena Jose Riban.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, the struggle for meaningful autonomy, either by legislation or constitutionalization, is long and steep. The struggle to put in place the organization and the structure of that meaningful autonomy is likewise hard and difficult. The passage of the administrative code, a code which simply means an aggregation of laws, did not come easy, because even the experience of the national government of the drafting of administrative code have shown us the difficulty of coming up with the organization code. In the light of the challenges, the passage of the code which allows us to put the organizational structure, the definition of the roles and the powers of each agency in the bureaucracy of the new entity we call the BARM is tremendous. Yet, we were able to pass the administrative code in both in place the organizational structure of the bureaucracy of the parliament in the Bangsamoro. Now, we are about to approve another foundational legislation. The road to excellence is again difficult, but excellence can be achieved through the passage of foundational legislation such as the code that we are about to approved. The Civil Service Code put in place for qualified, incompetent personnel of the bureaucracy. The personnel that will not only manage but will run the bureaucracy of the Bangsamoro as defined by the administrative code. With this approval, I am certain that the Civil Service Code we put is not book-bound, following the tenets of legislation for bureaucratic codes, not only the national government, because if we just copied the national government Civil Service Code, then we are not true to the struggle. For the struggle was put because of our distinct character, the culture, and the difference between the national government in this region. We did tailor the Civil Service Code with the experience of the national government, but it is necessary in order to put in place the sacrifices of our mujahideen who requires a new entity that will reflect the culture and the heritage of the Bangsamoro, not only in the administrative code, but the Civil Service Code would have paid if we just copied every letter of the Civil Service Code. And I know even the national government has not put up a Civil Service Code. While there are civil service laws, there are still no civil code in place. With this, Mr. Speaker, I would be very brief. The bureaucracy that we have put in place in the administrative code, in the kind of personnel that we are putting in the bureaucracy through the Civil Service Code, I hope will, inshallah, bring the kind of governance that we need for the Bangsamoro. A governance that is faithful to its faith, faithful to its area, and faithful to serve the entire Bangsamoro. Inshallah, when the Civil Service Code is put in effect, in the appointments and paid, we will be true to our desire to have unity in the Bangsamoro as provided in Republic Act 1104. The general principle provided in the Organic Act is to come out with unity. Unity, which means that the sectors of the population in this region will not be discriminated either by their places of origin, by their ethnicity, or by its religion. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss in explaining my vote if I will not thank not only the chairman of the Committee of the Civil Service Code, Minister Ida Silongan, but the people who work doubly hard to make this Civil Service Code a possibility. More than that, I would finally also thank my colleagues in this parliament for not only for their prayers, but for the efforts and collaboration that they have made to make the Civil Service Code a possibility today. Mr. Speaker, with all those manifestations in mind, I sincerely vote for the approval of the Civil Service Code. Wabillahi taufiq walidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Makako Abdurauf.
Pwede po bang magsalita ng kahit konti lang?
Nasa inyo ang entablado, MP Makakwa.
My vote is yes. Wala akong explanation doon because it is obvious na kailangan natin ang yes. But even then, I just want to thanks all those proponents of this particular code, a very, very important code. And also, I just want also to appreciate or express my gratitude to lahat ng mga miyembro ng bulwagan ito, regardless of minority, majority, because in my mind, I never recognize that there is a majority and there is a minority in this hall. After all, we are in the same country, we are in the same region, we are Bangsamoro, we are Muslim, and mostly we are in the one hall, the whole of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Makapaar Abdullah. Makapaar Abdullah. Makaraya Jamel.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to speak something for
You
my
have
vote?
the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My vote is yes, and I do hope and pray for possible amendment within the period of transition to consider and qualify a college graduate mujahideen for a salary grade up to 15. It is because that is the least we can say and thank them for their highest degree of dedication to the supreme interest of the Bangsamoro. Because of them, we are today. They are willing to sacrifice for all of us. In fact, good number of them have already lost their loved ones for the noblest cause of giving brighter future to their people. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Makasalong Marjani. Manguna Dato Kadafe.
Mr. Speaker, can I explain my vote?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, Mr. Speaker. Isang pagkakataon na ibinigay sa atin upang maisakatuparan ang mga adhikaing ipinaglaban ng ating mga ninuno. Isang hakbang na sama-sama nating ginawa gamit ang iisang landas na papunta sa iisang bukas. Isang magandang bukas para sa Bangsamoro. Ang pagkakaisa nating ipinahayag ngayon upang ipasa ang isa sa mga batas na magbibigay ng isang maayos na gabay sa pagbubuo natin ng isang bürokrasiya sa pamahalaang Bangsamoro. Sa sandaling ito, nais kong magbigay pugay sa mga kasamaang nagbuhos ng kanilang kaalaman at lakas upang mabuo ang Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Mr. Speaker, again, ako po ay bumuboto ng oo sa pagsasakatuparan ng Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Reminder naman po doon sa mga bumabatikos sa pamunuan ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Ano man po ang may sakatuparan sa 6 na priority codes, kasama po kayo dyan na makinabang. Ano man po ang landas na tinatahak ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, kayo po ay kasama sa tinatahak ng BARM government ito. Kaya ako po ay nananawagan, it's about time for the Bangsamoro people to work hand in hand and to show one direction for the betterment of our Bangsamoro community and Bangsamoro people. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mantawil Malik.
Ulit, sige pa.
Yes po.
Mastura Dato Tukaw.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to say something
You
before I
have
cast
the
my
floor,
vote?
Honorable Mastura.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My message is to be addressed to a certain former senator in the person of Governor Escudero. Now, this would just prove to him that his notion about the Moros, that we cannot have our own self-governance because we cannot even prepare or make a pandesal, would prove today that the Bangsamoro or the Moros are capable of governance. In fact, history would tell us that before the advent of the Spaniards, we had our own governance led by my great-great-grandfather, Sultan Kudarat. And now we have a lot of educated Bangsamoro leaders or not leaders who can manage this autonomous region of the Bangsamoro. By this, I would like to express my vote is yes, and that I congratulate the members of the committee who made it well to have this vote. Thank you very much.
Mastura City, Shahara.
Mr. Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader, my fellow members of this chamber, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. It is an honor to be part of this process in crafting and approving this Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. It is very clear from Article 16, Section 4 of Bangsamoro Organic Law that one of our mandates being a member of Parliament is to ensure the passage of priority codes which include Civil Service Code. This Civil Service Code that we have deliberated contained a clear and substantial provisions that guarantees equal opportunities to all Bangsamoro public servants. Hence, Mr. Speaker, as our legacy to the future of Bangsamoro people, my vote for this Cabinet Bill number 59, the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, is a big yes. Shukran and wasalam.
Mawali Lamil Bahar.
Mr. Speaker, may I have my 2 minutes?
You have your time.
Mr. Speaker, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. The Bangsamoro Organic Law has placed upon our shoulders the important mandate of establishing the foundation for a new political entity, which includes a vibrant and layered bureaucracy that will pave the way for the reforms we wish to implement in the regional government during the period of political transition. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, among many others, we must aspire to at least uphold, if not uplift, the standards a new regional government requires, as it facilitates the placement and hiring of qualified Bangsamoro workers. Failure in this regard means a failure to meet the most basic requirement in public service, which is to place qualified workers in essential positions in government, a prerequisite to ensuring the highest quality of government service that the people deserve. As articulated by my fellow MPs, the Minority Floor Leader, Attorney Liza Alamia, and MP Engineer Baintan Apatuhan, I have reservations coupled with the fear that we are not doing justice as we remove the fundamental standards that have been set for civil servants who have reached the third level of career executive service eligibility in government based on their professional experience and the competencies they have obtained in the process. Mr. Speaker, a strong bureaucracy remains the backbone of any functioning government whose sense of accountability, integrity, and responsibility is ultimately a reflection of the quality of its civil service. Mr. Speaker, the Bangsamoro Organic Law was drafted precisely to embody these values as it mandates the Bangsamoro transition, this August body, Mr. Speaker, to enact its Bangsamoro Civil Service Code as it compels us to give life to the letter of law that will govern the conduct and qualifications of civil servants based on a system of merit and fitness and define the historical beginnings of the Bangsamoro regional government. Mr. Speaker, the Civil Service Code is not merely an item in a list of priority codes we are expected to pass, but an essential measure towards a more stable and inclusive government. With full appreciation of its importance, this representation studied the draft measure and subsequently formulated a position paper enumerating several points and submitted this to the Office of the Chief Minister and the Parliament Committee. Within its 6 pages, we propose substantial amendments putting forth and emphasizing the importance of gender, ethnic balance, and competence. As I have repeatedly expressed, Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions, we have a portfolio of skills, talents, and most importantly, an urge to contribute to the regional development that is deeply rooted in the ancestry of our people and within the island provinces of the Bangsamoro region. We honor this heritage, Mr. Speaker, of excellence by making opportunities for growth and service accessible to every Bangsamoro. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I would like to thank the committee heads led by MP Ida Silongan and my fellow Tausug MP Raisa Jajuri, as always, for acknowledging our efforts by accepting 12 out of the 20 points we raised in our paper during the committee deliberations. May this Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of empowerment and istikama, be successful in leading the regional government towards a strong bureaucratic foundation for all of the Bangsamoro. My vote, Mr. Speaker, with reservations on the issues I've mentioned earlier is yes. Thank you.
Mitimbang dato may pantaw. Mitmok Rasul.
Mr. Speaker, can I explain my vote?
You have
Uh,
the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm voting for yes for the reasons that one, the process that we have taken is one of the better processes that we have. So commendations to my fellow MPs who lead the process for the CSE code. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, nagbigay din po ng spasyo yung CSE code para sa mga mujahidins, sa ating Sharia bar passers at sa mga madaris teachers. At pangatlo, Mr. Speaker, itong code po na ito ay ang code po na mag-explain ng marami tungkol sa moral governance. So if we want to understand moral governance better, it's provided in the Civil Service Code. Pang-apat, Mr. Speaker, sinabi po dito, in 5 years, mandatory po yung review ng Civil Service Code natin. So ito po yung reason bakit despite some reservations, bumuboto po ako ng yes dito. Allow me to note a few of my reservations, Mr. Speaker. One, unang-una po dito is tungkol dun sa third level position. Pangalawa po, related po to sa provision ng nepotism. Subalit, Mr. Speaker, narinig ko naman po yung explanation ng ating mga kasamahan dito. Unang-una, dahil po naka-base po ito sa realistic situation natin sa ground. At pangalawa, yan po yung wisdom ng plenary. So for the meantime, I submit, Mr. Speaker, to those positions. Pero I'm hoping in 5 years' time, Mr. Speaker, we will be more confident enough to really choose yung mga bagay kung saan yung quality ng ating third level service ay nandyan na. At ma-review po natin yung provisions in line sa nepotism. So Mr. Speaker, in that regards, hindi ko na po explain ng mahaba. Allow me to submit a supplementary position to be attached to the Journal of the Day, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po.
Mujahid Abdul Mohmid.
Mr. Speaker, may I allow us
You
to
have
speak
the
a few minutes to explain my vote. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My vote, Mr. Speaker, is yes. And I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to the Committee of the Civil Service Code, Mr. Speaker, for successfully undertaking the Civil Service Code and their performing their task, Mr. Speaker. And I would like also to remind each and every one of us, Mr. Speaker, tulad na po ng nabanggit ng ating Executive Secretary, MP Samik, kanina. Yung the way I observe it, Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 codes that we vote, parang medyo malakas po ang ating yung as if that we have really a differences between us. So my reminder, Mr. Speaker, for us the verse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Wala yajrimannakum syana'anu qaumin ala an la ta'dilu. I'dilu huwa aqrabu littaqwa. Which means, Mr. Speaker, or the beginning of this ayah, Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu qumu qawwamina lillahi qumu qawwamina lillahi syuhada'a bil qist. O you who have believed, be persistently standing firm for Allah, witnesses in justice, and do not let them hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, that is nearer to righteousness. So, yun po ang aking reminder sa ating lahat po, Mr. Speaker. Kasi nakita ko po, ang dami naman ng mga magagandang proposition na na-submit ng ating mga kapatiran. Ngunit, ganun pa man, sa pagkaroon ng election, Mr. Speaker, kung sino ang nandiyan ang majority, nandun pa rin lahat ng majority, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, sinabi ng Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam po sa atin, al-hikmatu dallatul mu'min ayyuma haysuma wajadaha ayyuma wajadaha aw fahaysu wajadaha fahuwa ahaqqu biha. Which means, Mr. Speaker, the words of wisdom is the believer's lost property. So whenever he finds it, he is more entitled to it. So there are so many words of wisdom that coming out from the brothers and sisters. So we have to consider and accept this word of wisdom. Kung nagsabi po ang Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, kahit nga yung ibon, kung nagsasalita, kung point po ang kanyang salita, kailangan din natin kunin. What more kapag nanggagaling po sa ating kapatid o kaya sa ating po hanay. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate my vote yes na yes po, Mr. Speaker.
Mundios Hussein. Mundios Hussein. Oranon Soy. Makasa Mobaida.
Yes.
Pak Abdul Wahab. Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. Ramos Jamila.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed a minute to explain my vote?
You have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. First of all, allow me to congratulate everyone, especially the government of the day, who made the passage of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code possible. I thank the Committee on Rules and the TWG for considering most of our comments and proposed amendments, either in full or in partial, when discussed in the committee level, which were duly adopted by the Parliament and has now become part of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, which include classes of positions in the career service, employee onboarding program, appointment in the civil service, special promotions based on awards and or acts of conspicuous courage and gallantry, Madaris teachers, Development Academy of Bangsamoro as a recognized training institution, and the jurisdiction of the Office of the Chief Minister. We all know how this piece of legislation is very relevant as it highlights the core values of our workforce in the government. The collective effort put into this is a testament of our genuine desire to establish a brand of civil service that will make our bureaucracy uniquely Bangsamoro. May we be guided with the principle of moral governance as we try to implement and move forward with this code. Again, congratulations everyone. With that, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes.
Rimbang Edris Nasir.
Mr. Speaker, am I allowed to speak, explain?
What is that, MP Rimbang?
May explain my vote,
You
Speaker.
have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum sa aming Biro Parliament, sa mga sekretariat, guys. Una po ay nagpapasalamat po ako sa Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Lalo po sa ating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Dahil kaisa-isang po naging presidente na taga Mindanao, taga Bangsamoro, Maranao, tribe, Muslim. Kaya nandito po yung Bangsamoro, mayroon tayong ngayon sarili civil service code. Isa po siya sa nag-facilitate na maging Bangsamoro yung So, nagpapasalamat din ako kay Silungan, MP Silungan, sa pagpasok niya dun sa Sharia Act, dahil sa kailangan niya ng Bangsamoro. Ito po yung bill na ito, Civil Service Code, ay alagaan po natin ito. Huwag po natin kalimutan na kaya po nandito tayo dahil po sa mga kapatid natin na mga mujahidin, mga kapatid natin na Bangsamoro, na sila man ay nagpagod o nagbuwis ng buhay o nagbuwis ng kanilang hari-harian para lang mapa-autonomy tayo. Marami pong taga Bangsamoro na eligible na sana po sila po hindi bumaba ang kanilang katindad. Tumaas, pataasin natin ang kanilang kalidad dito sa Civil Service Code. Tayo po ay magtulong. Ako po ay nananawagan sa mga ministry na mag-implement sa batas na ito na lahat po na qualification na Bangsamoro, sana po ipasa na po natin sila at tulungan na po natin sila i-appoint para po sa mga posisyon na yan ay makapaglingkod sila sa ating mahal na Bangsamoro. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat ulit sa Member of Parliament. Magtulungan po tayo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Sakar Modayaw. Sakar Modayaw. Salendad Said. Sali Said.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Saliga Romeo.
Can I have 1 minute, Mr. Chair, to explain my vote?
I will add another 1 minute. The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. But I will only consume 1 minute. With the inclusion of Article 16 in this Cabinet Bill number 59, Mr. Speaker, that give opportunities to our Katutubo or indigenous peoples to become part of this bureaucracy, and considering also the giving also importance to the different ethnic groups within this BARM, my vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. The passage of Cabinet Bill number 59 will help us move 5 steps closer to the 7 priority legislations that we are mandated to accomplish, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I'm hoping that with this passage of this bill, a more competitive, effective, and morally upright Bangsamoro government will truly be achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Salik Ali. Sanki Ali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to justify my vote.
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As we traverse the road to peace, unity, reconciliation, and economic empowerment, we are likened to a passenger riding on different canoe, but going to the same direction. But as we are traversing that road to peace, we must be equipped with the necessary instrument And among those instruments that were given to us or being provided by this body is what we call now the Bangsamoro Administrative Code, which recently was approved. And now we have the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, to be followed by the Bangsamoro Local Government Code, the Bangsamoro Electoral Code, the Bangsamoro Revenue Code, the Bangsamoro Education Code, and as mentioned by my predecessor who talked here earlier, the Bangsamoro Law for Indigenous People. Now, we have to be equipped with those necessary instruments. And I'm happy that just now we have approved the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. And as we were discussing this issue, I was very much interested on the Sharia court implementation. And that I found out that Article 117 so provides the provision on the civil service eligibility of the Sharia court lawyers. And I'm so happy, and that is why I am voting yes. Thank you very much.
Sani Punduma. Sani Punduma. Sadar Al-Sad.
May I be allowed to explain my vote, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, today is another milestone for the Bangsamoro people and a big leap for our ulama as we are about to approve the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code any moment from now. The said bill contains provisions that would give our ulama opportunities to be part and parcel of the Bangsamoro government. Mr. Speaker, it has always been my belief and will always be that ulama, including the madaris or asatid teachers, should be or must be at the forefront of our advocacy in the pursuit of moral governance. I hope and pray that the letter and spirit of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, especially on the principle of inclusivity and equity in this code, will properly be implemented. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, with reservation on the issue of third level positions. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations, Bangsamoro people.
Seba Omar Yasser.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to vote and explain the same?
Gentleman has 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a historic legislation for the Bangsamoro. We have leveled the playing field in terms of the opportunities to become civil servants in the whole of the Bangsamoro. This is not limited to the Bangsamoro government, but also to the local government units and other agencies in the region. We have closed the gap between those who have been living in the comforts of their homes, had the opportunities for education, had the opportunities for working in the bureaucracy and to become public servants, and between the mujahidins, the asatids, the Sharia counselors who remain unemployed as of now. The gap is closed, and they are now given the opportunities. Those who have been deprived the opportunities of employment, they have now given the opportunity to catch up and enjoy the progress that we have promised to them when we assumed the transition government. On this note, Mr. Speaker, may I state that my observation on the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. This is not too low and this is not too high, but this is inclusive enough to include everybody in the move forward, as we move forward to progress, to peace and development. And I believe this is a sufficient jumping board for the Bangsamoro to reach the ideal government that it wants to achieve in the many years to come. This Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, I believe, is progressive, and it will indeed progress as the transition is completed, and as the regular government will be established soon, inshallah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Sema Robio. Sheikh Said. Sheikh Said. Silongan Aida.
Can I explain my vote?
The lady sponsor has 2 minutes.
Auzubillahiminasyaitanirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. After 18 months in the making, Alhamdulillah, 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 natapos na rin ang Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. And I dedicate this code to our brothers, Mujahideen, Mujahidat, Asatids, Sharia lawyers, and others. I also recognize the effort of my colleagues in the parliament, especially the lawyers, Attorney Raisa Jadsuri, Attorney Ana Tarhata Basman, Attorney Lai Dumama Alba, Attorney Pakasim, for how many sleepless nights that we've reviewed all the amendments. So alhamdulillah, nakita ko po sa lahat ng member ng parliament na ang code na to is lahat nangarap na pagandahin at magiging inclusive. Alhamdulillah, I recognize our Chief Minister, Sir Sukran, for coming. May I continue?
You may continue.
Yes. Pinapasalamatan ko ang lahat ng member ng parliament na to. Nagkita ko po, nagkaisa tayo. Nagkaisa tayo na matulungan natin ang ating mga kapatid na mujahidin, na professionals, ngunit wala lang pong eligibility. Natulungan din natin ang ating mga asatids na maipasok po sila sa ating code na to, pati na po yung mga Sharia lawyers natin. Laman din po ng code na to ang moral governance. So tayo po ay guided ng moral governance, alhamdulillah, sa code na to. So nire-recognize ko din po ang tulong ng ating mga member ng TWG sa pag-craft ng code na to. Si Brother Dats Sangkula, Attorney Maimona Ampuan, Attorney Lai Dumama Alba, Attorney Socarno Abbas, Mr. Soharto Abbas, for their very long time of crafting this code. Mabot po tayo ng more than 1 year. So itong code na to ay nakita natin ang inclusivity na nung ginawa natin ito. Lahat tayo nag-participate sa discussion, lahat ng amendments na nakita namin na makakontribute sa pagpaganda ng code na to ay inaccept po natin. Ngunit mayroon lang pong mga kukunting mga amendments na sa palagay namin ay nasa tamang panahon po bago natin pwedeng ilagay yung mga nasabing mga usapin. Nagpapasalamat din po ako sa government, sa cabinet committee na sumuporta po all the way sa consultations all over the region. Napuntahan po namin ang lahat ng mga provinces. At yung mga MPs na tumulong sa pagganap ng consultation, sila Brother MP Nabil Tan, si Sir Joe Lorena, si MP Ismail, at nung iba pang mga MPs. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyo sa inyong pagsuporta at pagtulong sa amin na mapadali po ang paggawa ng code na to. Sa ngalan ng mga mujahidin, mga mujahidat, nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyong lahat, sa inyong suporta sa pagpasa ng code na to, lalong-lalo na po sa pamunuan ng ating Government of the Day, ang ating pinakamamahal na punong ministro, Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim, at po sa kay Speaker Pangalian Balindong, sa ating Majority Floor Leader, at sa mga Deputy Speakers at Deputy Majority Floor Leader, sa Minority Floor Leader at sa mga Deputies. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay po ang Bangsamoro. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Sulaiman Ali. Sulaiman Ali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My vote is yes before moral governance and good governance, and I hope and pray to Allah to give us a genuine good governance, genuine moral governance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tago Paisalin.
Mr. Speaker, and with your respect to our Chief Minister, may I be allowed
You have the
to
floor.
explain my long minute vote? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Una sa lahat, bago ko imungkahi ang aking buto, I will give my due acknowledgement and to my commendation to the committees and the technical working groups that makes this Bangsamoro Civil Service Code its enactment successful. Of course, to the Cabinet Cluster Chair, Minister Aida Silungan, to the Chair of the panel, Minister Raisa Jajuri, to the Chair of the Committee on Rules, Majority Floor Leader Lanang Ali Jr., and to the technical working groups, namely Attorney Laisa Lai Alba. Ang daming Laisa dito eh. Laia, Dumama Alba, Attorney Abbas, that's Sangkula, and of course, who defended the measure in the parliament ably and well defended the measure, Attorney Obaida Pakasum, my colleagues, and Attorney Ana Tarhata Basman. Thank you very much for facilitating the early enactment of this measure. Ang buto po dito sa ating assembly, tatlong klase. Either bubuto ka ng yes, oo, o bubuto ka ng no, hindi, o wala kang pinapanigan, abstain. Pero Mr. Speaker, ang buto ko po ay oo, with the qualification that my vote is a progressive yes. Why, Mr. Speaker? I vote in a progressive yes. The enactment of our Civil Service Code was put in the Bangsamoro Organic Law not because the Philippine government
on its heart gave it to us. It was put in the Bangsamoro Organic Law because we fought for it. And according to Minister Iqbal, 17 long years of negotiation with the national government. Kaya nandito ang enactment ng Civil Service Code. Bakit po progressive? Although, Mr. Speaker, i-approve natin ngayon ang Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, the first of its kind since the enactment of the autonomous region, the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. Ngayon lang tayo magkakaroon ng Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Magiging progressive, Mr. Speaker, dahil datapwat ipapasa natin itong Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, pero hindi tayo matutulog. We must review it yearly. Dahil sa aking palagay, Mr. Speaker, kaya progressive ang aking buto. Progressive, yes, because hindi pa natutugunan yung pangangailangan ng Bangsamoro. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the drafters of this code, binigay sa atin na Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, Mr. Speaker, para tungunan yung kultura, heritage at religious belief ng Bangsamoro. Mr. Speaker, ito po, Mr. Speaker, hindi natugunan dahil yung mga ulama natin, yung sinasabi ko yung mga ulama, yung mga hafiz natin, yung mga hasatids, kahapon nung mag-amendments tayo, gusto ko sana suportaan dahil yung mungkahi ng aking kasama, MP Mujahid, na may sama yung value reform officers dahil sa kulang sa panahon, hindi na ako nakapagsalita kagabi dahil nakatapos tayo ng ating gabi. But in the process, Mr. Speaker, we should do that. Alam ko po ang handicap na kinakaharap ng mga nating drafters dahil nasa dilema sila. Either sumunod sila sa ating batas at saka pangangailangan ng mga Bangsamoro. And I appreciate them for that, for very coolly presenting the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code that to them that is good for the Bangsamoro people. So yun, Mr. Speaker, nasabi ko yun, Mr. Speaker, sana po, kaya ko nagsalita dito, Mr. Speaker, para for the record, sana po, tuloy-tuloy natin pag-aralan itong Bangsamoro Civil Service Code at yung sinabi ko, matugunan yung pangangailangan ng ating mga kasamang Bangsamoro, especially for the ulama, to the hafiz, to the asatids, and yung sinabi kanina para sa mga mujahidin, mujahidiyat na kailangan makapagserbisyo sa ating autonomous region ni Muslim Mindanao for good governance. Yan po, maraming salamat Mr. Speaker sa pagbibigay niyo ng konting oras sa akin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Nabil.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to say a few words?
You
before I cast my vote?
have the virtual floor, MP Nabil Tan.
Thank you, sir. My greetings and salam to our Chief Minister, Ahud Ibrahim, Murad Ibrahim. We are happy to see you again, sir, even though virtually. Mr. Speaker, the peace agreement may not be perfect, and there can be no perfect peace agreement. Like any laws are supposed to be dynamic to address the call of the times. But this Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, sa tingin ko po, ay imbued with social justice. Dahil bakit? Medyo meron tayong mga accommodation to accommodate our mujahidins and mujahidat. And then nandyan na po for the first time under Philippine laws, which is the part of the Philippine law, ito ng Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, ay nami-mention na yung mga itong sa madrasa, yung mga ulama. So wala po yan sa dati. So I think this is a big leap of faith para sa ating lahat. At ako'y gusto magpasalamat sa ating masipag na Minister, Cabinet in Charge, Ma'am Aida Silongan, at yung mga magagaling na MPs. Mahirap nang magbutuhan yung sa amendments, parang hair splitting. Yung kay Raisa Jadjuri for shepherding the panel, and his able assistant, equally effective able assistant, si MP Ana Basman, and also our colleagues, Attorney Liza Alamia, sila Bayintan, sila Rasmit Mog, sila Amir. They all contributed to the crafting of I think, the best or one of the best code that can be mentioned. So, thank you po sa inyong lahat at thank you sa lahat na nag-labor, technical working group at saka mga cabinet, sila Attorney General, I know nasa behind the scenes sila Bidex. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at I think we can be proud of this. There can be no perfect law also. So, law is supposed to be dynamic, sabi nga. At inshallah, in the future, we may wish to amend and improve on the present code, but this one will suffice for the moment during the transition. So I believe in the bureaucracy that will be equipped with merit and fitness. I believe in the social justice provision that allows some adjustment, some relaxation on the requirements of the civil service code during and even after the transition. We should be able to help our mujahideen and mujahidat, but at the same time, we should be able to comply with the minimum requirements as required by the position. So thank you very much, and my vote is unqualified yes.
Uja Sahi. Uja Sahi. Ulama Melanio.
Assalamualaikum, Mr.
What is your vote, MP Sahi Uja? We can no longer give you the floor because we are...
Believing that, yes, may I have the floor for a few seconds?
The floor is already given to MP Ulama. What is your vote?
Yes. My vote is yes.
MP Ulama, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, can I have a few minutes to explain my vote?
You have the floor.
Yeah. Ang aking paggalang sa ating mahal na Chief Minister, ang aking pagbigay ng papuri sa committee ng Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, mga kapwa kong MP, maraming pagsubok ang ating nadaanan. Ngunit hindi po tayo nahinaan ng loob. We continue our journey alang-alang sa ating lahat, mga Bangsamoro. Brother and sisters, MP, sa loob po ng sobra 2 taon na ating paglalakbay patungo sa matagal na nating minimiti na tunay na kapayapaan at tunay na kaunlaran. Ngayon, sa pamamagitan ng ating pagkakaisa sa Parliament, hulog ng langit na binigay po sa atin ng ating mahal na Panginoon. Yaon po ay isang biyaya. Ngayong hapon, naaprubahan po natin ang ating Bangsamoro
Civil Service Code. Ito ay tanda ng ating pagkakaisa. At ito ay isang ilaw, silbing ilaw natin patungo doon sa ating journey, doon sa matagal na natin sinasabi ko kanina, matagal na po nating minimitate na iba't ibang klase ang pagsubok sa atin. Pero hindi po tayo natitinag. Ngayon, pangalawa na pong code ang ating naprubahan. Ito po ay yung Admin Code and Civil Service Code. Mga kapwa kong MP, I salute to all of us. Sana manatili ito hanggang na tayo ay nandito sa Bangsamoro government. To our Chief Minister, maraming salamat sa leadership na binigay mo sa amin, na ikaw ang aming tinitingnan. Marami pong salamat, and I vote 10 times yes para sa ating Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Maraming salamat.
Usman Aspar. Usman Aspar. Jacob Muhammad. Jacob Muhammad. UAK Narciso.
I vote yes.
Alamia Liza. Alamia Liza. Ibrahim Ahod.
The Secretary General, do we have a report on the results of the nominal voting on BTA Cabinet Bill number 59?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahi wa bihi nasta'in. Mr. Speaker, here's the result of the nominal voting on the BTA Cabinet Bill number 59 on the otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Mr. Speaker, for the yes votes, we have 67. For the no votes, we have 0 votes and 0 abstain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With 67 votes voting in favor of the BTA Cabinet Bill number 59, 0 no votes, 0 abstention. BTA Cabinet Bill number 59 is approved on third and final reading. Congratulations, each and every one.
1 minute suspension, Mr.
1
Speaker,
minute
for the
suspension.
May I ask the members to be seated, please? The Chief Minister will now address the Parliament. Kapag you want it here or there? This will be followed by the photo ops with the members of Parliament.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله وبه نستعين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Unang-una, my gratitude to our Honorable Speaker, Attorney Pangalian Balindong, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Majority Floor Leader, Attorney Lanang Ali, the Deputy Speakers, the four Deputy Speakers, the two Minority Floor Leaders, and the committees, the head of the committees, likewise to all the officers and members of the Parliament. Marami pong salamat sa inyo sa another significant event, itong pag-sign natin ng pangalawa sa 6 na priority codes, ang Bangsamoro Civil Service Code. Similar to before na we passed the administrative code, we really celebrated because it's a very historic occasion. It's a very historic occasion. It is the first time that we have crafted on our own the administrative code and a civil service code that will define the real situation of the Bangsamoro people. Kasi alam natin na the challenges we are facing, especially in employment, is always the standard set by the national government on the civil service qualification, wherein not even half or less than half of the Bangsamoro is able to reach the standard set by the national government. So now we have the opportunity. I would like to just read my prepared speech to you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Speaker, Attorney Ali Pangalian Balindong, colleagues in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, fellow workers for lasting peace and development, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good evening. I join everyone in celebrating the passage of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code tonight. Not only did we accomplish yet another mandate as stipulated under the Bangsamoro Organic Law, but we have also paved the way towards standardizing the regional bureaucracy that can truly manifest the shared aspirations
of our people. The Bangsamoro Civil Service Code manifests our shared commitment towards a government that adheres to meritocracy and placement of individuals with the passion to serve our people along with their qualifications in jobs that match their respective portfolio. Mr. Speaker, I am truly grateful for the works that you and our colleagues in the Parliament have done to make sure that we enact a civil service code befitting the new structure and the reforms that we wish to see in the regional government. The code sets out the framework within which all civil servants work and the core values and standards of behavior they are expected to uphold. In honor of those who sacrifice for our people and the eventual installation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Just like what I have said in the past, ladies and gentlemen, we need people that can truly bring change in the bureaucracy. Those that will carry out our values and vision even after the transition period. Individuals who will redefine career service. So thank you very much, and I certainly pray that now that we have the civil service code, then we will have the uh, the other four codes. During the hearing in the Senate, we were asked if we have an assurance that the six priority codes will be passed. So I myself officially pronounced to them that inshallah within this 2021 all the six priority codes will be passed inshallah. So thank you very much for all your efforts, and we continue to work together because working together is the only way we will achieve success, inshallah. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the ceremonial signing of the Civil Service Code. Session is suspended for a few minutes. This will be followed by photo ops with the members of parliament. Please do not leave. The members are requested to come forward para sabay-sabay na tayo. The members of parliament.
Baka pwedeng isunod na lang natin yung color coding? Ha? Okay. The sergeant at arms have provided the protocols on photo ops in order to observe the health protocols. We have here the first group is with the color pink for the women MPs. Second group for the violet color, 10 MPs. Third, green color for the 10 MPs. And fourth, bats for the yellow, 10 MPs as well.
Yo, yan. Dapat may maghawak.
Oh, yan na, yan na, yan na, yan.
Bismillah.
Okay, we have the pink colors for the women MPs. Sa mga babae po, pwede ho, let us give okay, second batch, color violet, color violet. Please check your color. Color violet, 10 MPs. Katundog. Second batch, color violet. Team. Okay, last batch, color green and color yellow. Color green and color yellow. Color green. Saan ka? Blue. Saan ka dun sa... Saan, tambugan saan ba? Siya okay. Color green, yellow, and blue. Okay, next, minority. Officers. Last, minority muna tapos last officers. Okay? Okay. The minority. With the committee chair of the Civil Service Code. Okay, officers. Officers of the Parliament, including the Sergeant at Arms. Meron bang secretariat? Committee secretariat? Wala na? Okay, sige. Okay. Thank you very much. BTA staff ni CM nagre-request.
Session resume. Majority Floor Leader. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is a remaining pending resolution in the business for the day. This is in relation with the resolution commending the OIC. Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable August body will agree, we will approve that, Mr. Speaker. And then
Who
we have
are the
also
proponents of the
TWG report
resolution?
by MP Jose Lorena, Mr. Speaker.
Who are the proponents of the resolution?
Abdul Mumin Mujahid.
Where is MP Mujahid?
Yes, sir.
MP Mujahid, you can move for the approval of the resolution.
Yeah, yes. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. If the
Mr. Speaker, I believe the majority
majority
will
of
appoint,
the
will move
members of
for
this
for the approval of the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
You're moving for the approval of
Yes,
the
Mr.
resolution.
Speaker.
There is a motion to approve the resolution commending the OIC. It has been seconded. There being no objection, the resolution is hereby approved by BTA in plenary.
Thank you
Yes,
so much.
Mr. Speaker, in other matters, we would like to respectfully recognize MP Jose Lorena for the TWG report. Mr.
The
Speaker.
Honorable Lorena is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a very little item. Mr. Speaker, our technical working group is ready to submit its report with respect to Bill number 36. I would like to state, Mr. Speaker, that on November 25, 2020, at the height of the period of amendment of Bill number 36, this assembly, the Bangsamoro Transition Authority created a technical work group to look into the legality of some provisions of this bill as raised by many members of the parliament. Mr. Speaker, without furthering the delay for the adjournment, I would like just to report that the technical working group
Order in the hall. Order in the hall.
The technical working group has already come out with its resolutions on the issues. The issues before the technical working group are the issues pronounced appropriately by Deputy Majority Leader MP Raisa Jury, Minority Floor Leader MP Liza Alamia, Deputy Speakers MP Nabil Tan, and MP Omar Sema, Deputy Minority Leader Bayintan Adilampatuan, and MP Don Loong. The technical working group did look into these issues and concluded that there are legal bases to support the requested modification of certain provisions of Bill number 36. On that note, the technical working group made consultation with the proponent, more particularly Minister Romeo K. Sima, DPA of the Ministry of Labor and Employment. And in that consultation, the minister graciously admitted that with respect to the issues raised, he is amenable to amend certain language of the provisions of Bill number 36. The technical working group agreed fully that the following sections of Bill number 36 be amended to conform to the legal requisites and to remove any infirmities in the proposed bill. Proposed amendments. Article 1, Section 3. With respect to the coverage of the law, it is clearly stated now that the law will only cover the Bangsamoro territory and be effective in the Bangsamoro territory. So it was removed, the word or without. The Bangsamoro territory or without is removed from the provision of Article 1, Section 3, coverage. With respect to Article 6, Section 32, there would be an insertion of the inserted in opening paragraphs. The penalties provided therein are in conformity with Republic Act number 10022 as amended and other related national laws. Should there be any amendment to the aforementioned national law, there is no automatic effect of that amendment to the bill. However, the Parliament may subsequently amend the approved Bill number 36 if it so desires, because national law could not have an immediate effect of amendment to parliamentary laws. Now, Article 4, Section 27 on overseas Bangsamoro workers self-desk. The MOLE in coordination with the EPA and other agencies shall have an oversight Bangsamoro workers. Desk in every. Remember, in the original wording, it would be in every Philippine embassy. But it would be very difficult because we are not part of the consular and diplomatic mission. We are only part of the Philippine Overseas Labor and Employment Office. So the desk will be stationed in the polo of every embassy, every offices of the office of the Workers Administration. Now, where OBS had been deployed, and it will act primarily as a self-desk to assess, monitor, make, and submit inventory of the OBW in respective country, where their employment status and condition to our MOLE. This is true necessary because we have to have an audit and at the same time an statistics of our OFW from the region. Article 7. Now, in the establishment rather of this desk with polo, there is still need for the proper coordination with the Department of Foreign Affairs, because diplomatic missions to include the offices of the polo are still subject to the supervision of the Department of Foreign Affairs and under the jurisdiction of each and every ambassador who heads the embassies. Article 7, Section 36, Paragraph 2. which is a matter raised by the Honorable Deputy Speaker Omar Sema, in the prosecution of offenses punishable under this section, very clearly that we don't like to compete and come out with jurisdictional authority to prosecute. What we can have is that the mole lawyers will be allowed to act only as private prosecutors under the supervision of the public prosecutor in charge of the case. The private prosecutors in such cases shall be entitled to receive additional allowances as may be determined by the mole. This will be subject to the understanding between the private prosecutor and the Ministry of Labor and Employment of the bar. Note, we would like, with respect to the participation of different ministries, this was also raised. He said the participation is provided for in the bill, particularly Article 9. I'd like to mention that this is true with respect to interagency participation, with respect to the participation of the welfare agency and the health agency, in order to fast track the re-entry of many OFW. Second, with respect to the definition of Beses Bangsamoro workers, which was an issue raised by Deputy Minority Leader by Intan, the bill provided for such definition. But should anyone, and this definition was taken from the OWA law, and at the same time from other labor legislation law. However, should anyone wishes to introduce amendments which may cover the same subject, but which would differ from the prose language in this bill, which is, as I said, patterned from those national laws of OWA and other labor laws, then the proponent is amenable. But the burden of proposing the amendment will now be to the person making the amendment. So this technical working group was approved by myself, MP Paisalintago, MP Kadapi Mangungundato, MP Rasul Mitbog, and MP Ana Tarhata and S. Basman. These are the members of the technical working group. Unfortunately, for this session of the preparation of the draft, MP Rasul Mitbog was not able to attend, and MP Ana Basman, I have already informed her about the meeting, but so suffice it to state that this report was a consultative effort of the technical working group. Mr. Speaker, we would gladly submit this to the Secretariat to form part of the records of proposed bill number 36, and therefore the work of the technical working group is concluded by this report. And we would, with this submission, we do not like to revert back to the period of amendments unless there are specific language, editorial language that they want, because we have waited for the submission of a language from the proposed proponent, but incidentally, until we prepared the report, nothing has been submitted. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving us the floor, although belated in this day. We would like to submit this report for part of the record to the Secretary General so that this will become part of the record of Bill number 36. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted.
Mr. Speaker,
Secretariat, you are directed to take the report of the technical working group. Majority Floor Leader, what is the parliamentary status of this
The
bill?
parliamentary status, Mr. Speaker, is we are in the period of amendments on the particular bill, so that will be form part of the records of the period of amendments.
Yes, there is a need to calendar the deliberations on the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Proposed, because we agreed in the previous session, Mr. Speaker, that whatever may be the result of the technical working group will be submitted as a form of the amendment in that particular bill, Mr. Speaker, because of that particular issues.
Is there a motion that will include this in the next calendar?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Paisalintago, you are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What I understand, Mr. Speaker, is we are in the period of amendment. So, on the amendment matters lang tayo. No,
we are in the other matters of today's order.
Yes, then after the report of the leader of the technical working group, we will refer this to the business for the day for the next session,
In
Mr.
the next
Speaker.
agenda.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker. I agree with you.
And the status, parliamentary status is period of amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat is directed to include this the deliberation of this bill in the business for the day in the next session of the plenary. Majority Floor Leader.
There being no other in the business in the order of business, Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn this session until next month.
Session
regular
as adjourned
Until next
in the next plenary session.